every Thursday. The scene is set in the realm of thoughts where minds are met. They're the thinkers with brains on the brink. Every Thursday they're doing a thing with that dark kitty as the fearless lead. And Foxrew by her side, they plant the seed with Dorkus guiding through dungeons deep. And Grey Coupe spreads it on steep. Emo's crush goes like magic in the air. To press Hydra's expertise beyond compare. Charles manages the box office with grace. Follow the guests out to the lively space in a world of thoughts where minds collide. The thinkers gather their wits as their guide. From deep contemplation to laughter's embrace. Every Thursday is their special place.
Welcome.
Probably shouldn't have been muted there.
No,
Hey,
you say
everybody.
welcome to the special place.
Welcome. This is the special place, the Thursday place. Hello.
Hello. Who is that, you ask? It's Grey in disguise. In case you didn't know.
What?
Yeah.
Grayleen
You know what?
Kennedy.
Look look how beautifully she glows. She glows with and then we've also got a mustard god who's arrived. Charles.
I will take the mustard
The mustard
title.
again.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gray today.
Simping.
Great. Hi, Carl. Bye, Carl. Enjoy the game, Carl. Oh, you people don't
Yeah.
play.
Is there a sports going on right now?
No, it's
There's sports ball.
Wait, they still do sports?
Women still do sports.
esports.
Lol, 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 lol. Okay. How's everybody's week been? It's Thursday. Welcome to the special place.
I'm doing pretty good. I'm
Mhm.
here.
Yeah. Interesting news this week. So a lot of highs, a lot of lows, ups and downs. Interesting times we live in.
A lot of
What a
celebrity
death in
deaths.
Hollywood. Yeah.
Jesus, yeah. All
Someone
right.
said that's a good thing. Someone said that's not a good thing.
Who would say that?
Oh, no,
The Hollywood murderer?
yeah.
Sure. What was his name? We were talking to David about. know what I'm talking about?
That guy.
Fair
Yes,
enough.
yes. Okay, okay. The Mark or whatever his name is. Mm.
Mark Twitcher?
So-
Yeah, whatever.
So Hugh here is a Star Wars fan.
My
Been
hand
known
is
to
I
raised.
dabble.
used to be.
Okay, Charles is the only one that has hands, I suppose. So,
I'll take all of it. Bring it on.
Gray, what was your answer? I know that Foxrew said used to be.
Yeah, I'm a fan. What can I say?
Ooh,
Oh,
you're
see,
still a fan.
you
Do
know,
you still call yourself a fan, Gray?
Yeah, not of everything, but the good
Like-
is it deserves to be praised as well. But yeah, it's become part of the Disney machine, which means turn out product after product after product. So yeah, I don't like everything, but I'm still on board way more than I am with Marvel.
Oh,
I would agree
Okay.
with that.
that's a good
Oh.
comparison. Who's
My
worse,
history-
Marvel? Well, there's Disney Marvel, but yeah, your history, Foxrew?
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say my history with it was I grew up watching it on VHS tapes. I wore them out. I watched them so much. I watched them multiple times a year, every year until the prequels came out, and then I stopped doing that after the prequels came out. Kind of dipped my investment in the series, but
Oh, no,
I
you see.
I loved the games, read some books like that, right, until the sequels came out. And then I stopped. Like, I remember the moment I started hating Star Wars, and it was in the middle of watching TFA, The Force Awakens. That movie pissed me off. And
I feel like, yeah, definitely. I feel like this is old thinkers lore at this point.
Mhm. No, I just need to reiterate, see if how everybody is. Are you Bimo? You're disillusioned? Were you ever a big
Oh, I was a
fan?
massive,
Oh,
massive.
He's a huge
Star
fan of the bad films.
Mhm.
Prequels, originals, whole trilogy. Like I loved them all. I would watch them every single day, much to the chagrin of my older sister.
Oh,
Like me and my brother would definitely do that every day.
You know,
Okay.
I remember when they were re-releasing the originals in theaters. I actually won a trip to go see it within my well, it was a school thing, and actually it was me and two other girls who got out of class early, or not out of class. It was during school. We left school to go to the theaters, and we watched The Empire Strikes Back. And in theaters, it was really awesome. And but the thing I noted about the two girls is they're like, "Oh, I hope Luke and Leia get together," and I'm like,
So they hadn't
They're
noticed.
related.
Oh, okay. So they got to experience this thing even though they weren't real fans. But anyway, the reason
Yeah.
I asked everybody, people who anyone who's around, the reason I ask is because of this Kathleen Kennedy stuff. Anyone want to let us know what actually happened?
any day now,
Well-
she's getting fired.
Okay, is that your theory?
No,
Because we
it's
had
just
rumors.
internet's theory for a decade now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And okay, yeah. So that's the joke. Yeah, Dorkus.
Not to jump to the very end of the Kathleen Kennedy stuff, but did I hear this morning that it turns out that it's not true that she's leaving?
Well, CNN is putting that forward, but all the trade publications, like 3 of them, they all have multiple reports from an insider saying that she is. So there is kind of so actually on Zach's show last night, they had Cameron Pasha, and he's supposedly got an insider who's in on this. He had a lot of really interesting insight into this, and supposedly he has an insider who's really giving him the lowdown on what's going on inside of there. But it sounds like Kennedy might have really pissed them off by announcing things that were never like approved by Disney, including like the Acolyte. And so perhaps Disney played their hand as well and kind of announced she's getting out to some of the publications so that, kind of like she did to them, where now she's announced in front of everyone that we're doing the Acolyte or the Rey movie. They're announcing to everybody that she's no longer going to be there. And apparently perception is a huge thing in Hollywood. So it might have been a little bit of a turnabout as fair play.
Yeah, and it was a theory. Well, so it definitely happened, regardless of what it means. But that Lifetime Achievement Award that she had won, I forget. I posted about it in the planning, but what was that, Charles?
Cinematographers.
Yeah,
Because she's very well known for her cinematography.
Anyway, so she won like a Lifetime Achievement Award type thing, something like that. And someone had suggested that maybe the reason why they did that is to give her give her accolades before she leaves.
She's
I have
pretty
no
well
clue.
regarded, regardless.
Well, no. But the thing is that she should have gotten it before now, definitely. There's no reason why she shouldn't have gotten official recognition before now. But the reason why it might be coming now is to subtly tell her to leave. Because these aren't, like, nothing she's done in the past 5 years has added to her lifetime achievements. These have all, the past 5 years have all been negative. Like Disney Plus is not, because everything. What is it? The past 5 years, there hasn't been a what do you call it? A financially successful studio release. Theater release. There's all been stuff on
Yeah, but-
Disney Plus, where you can argue any amount of success has been, and even that has been arguable whether or not it's truly been successful.
I hear you.
So-
You're not wrong on that, but there hasn't been any like major theater releases, and I don't think she's the
agree.
one who decided that Disney Plus is going to be the huge
No, no,
push.
no.
Indiana
I think
Jones.
just like Marvel,
That's
that
Greg,
came from
could you
above.
tell us?
point-
Could you tell
no,
us?
but my point about that is that she should have been getting these accolades earlier. So the theory, and I agree that like all theory should be taken with a grain of salt, is that the reason why she's getting these accolades now is because they want her to leave. It's the industry / Disney telling her it's time to go. It's they're playing the song, when you're up on stage and they play the song to try and get you to
Play the song, Charles.
finish, wrap it up, and get out.
Penis to vagina.
It's our theme song.
The wrap up song, right? It's
I don't know if that's a good way to tell her to get out, but okay.
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
you guys.
It's,
Greg-
it's not like it's the Oscars or the Golden Globes. It's a cinematographer's award show. If it
Yeah.
were the Golden Globes or the Oscars, it'd be a little different, but
It would be a saving face thing. Like, okay, we let her save face and she can step down now. Is that
yeah,
what you're saying?
I don't like, is she as other than the internet? Is she
Yeah.
really a failure?
Yeah, no.
No.
I mean,
I
no,
didn't
no,
know
she-
that she was
wait,
part of
hold on.
the Land Before
on.
Time.
Dude,
She's
her
No.
resume is
It
incredible.
is flawless,
No.
and it's
I'm
not only the
talking
Land
about-
Before Time. It's also An American Tale. It's also there was like so many
What?
good
Really?
animation. Oh, Who Framed
Yeah.
Roger Rabbit? Like as
Mhm.
far as 80s animation, she is like
Wait.
all over it. It's awesome.
No.
I'm learning so much.
Yeah,
All
this
of the
is-
Indiana Jones movies.
No, hold
She's
on.
been a producer for.
I'm talking about what I would talk about is her recent stuff and what do you call it? Especially as a her role as president has been not great because
There's been one theatrical release in 5 years.
I agree. I understand. That's not what I mean. I mean the fact that she has
I'm raising my hand.
made a lot. Sorry,
Dorkus, would like to
she's
speak.
done a
Let Andrew finish
loads
his
of
point.
announcements. Yeah, she's done
No,
lots of
before I yell at
announcements
him.
of projects and canceled most of them. She's what is it? Like Rogue One, both Rogue One and Solo. She fired the original team that was working on the project and brought in somebody else to finish, which ballooned the budget. Arguably, if they had just let Solo finish, it would have been what she didn't switch gears on the film until it was like 70 to 80%, something like that.
That's
Percent
not
shot.
her job to do that.
But
Okay,
she did do
Dorkus.
those things. She was the one that changed. She's the one that fired and then brought in new people. She is the one that did those things.
So clearly, we have two
She is
views.
running. She is running things like George Lucas. George Lucas would be involved in these decisions when he was doing the TV shows and the prequel stuff. That's how he ran Lucasfilm in that era.
Dorkus
Okay.
turn.
So my question is kind of in line with what CPAFI asked. I think a little bit of what Andrew has touched upon is Kathleen Kennedy's role as a producer leading up to her current position, and those two positions in contrast to each other. How much of a creative role did she really have as a producer versus president of
Creative almost
Lucas?
never goes to producer. Producers
yeah.
generally getting financing, making sure that everything is going to run smoothly for the director to then do the artistic thing. But
Can I-
almost
Right.
never
So-
is that related.
Can I
Great.
re-
So
can I-
one sec. So as being president of Lucasfilm or whatever, she has some degree of creative ship steering ability in that she can hire
Final
people.
approval.
Final approval. So
She
I
delegates.
feel, yeah, so I feel like pointing to The Land Before Time. Yes, it's a stellar work history, worthy of admiration, but I feel like she's filling two functionally different roles that can be praised or critiqued.
Which
differently,
company
if that
runs
makes sense.
Star Wars?
Nice, Bimo.
Which
Lucasfilm. What do you mean? Lucasfilm.
No,
does.
she's
And
the head of
it.
Lucasfilm. Who owns Lucasfilm?
Yeah, it's
Disney.
Disney. Would you
Okay.
think that they care more about performance or finances?
Well, performance, 'cause it
performance
brings in
is
finances, right?
finances, yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Do you
Sort
think
of.
they care more
I mean,
about critics or
well-
finances?
Well, I mean, like,
Finance.
look at Disney Plus. Like, it's not going to be financially viable. Like, none of the streaming platforms really are. So, I guess with that, you want views, and hopefully those views would equate to performance. But you're never going to get like a theatrical, like box office type of income from those streaming shows.
As far as the box office receipts and finances are concerned, it is a massive success. The Star
Mhm.
Wars, all the movies, no matter how much you like or hate them, they paid $4 billion for the Lucasfilm just outright, just to own it. They've made over 9 billion
9 billion, yeah.
in just the films. That's 5-6 films. They've more than doubled their investment.
I have a question about that. But I think
I didn't
what was
sign
it?
any checks.
Oh, dang it. Someone else wanted to say something before. Oh, yeah, it was Kitty. You wanted to say something while Dorkus was speaking.
Okay, so I wanted just to guide the discussion. I've actually got the producer job description. and
What do you
duties.
even do?
According to Studio Binder, but then I do want to say, like, okay, so what is Kathleen Kennedy's role?
Keep in
anyway?
mind, she's an executive producer, but go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, and then EP. Well, so she did both producer and executive producer. And executive
Okay, so-
producer can get hairy. Sometimes it just you get a name on it and that's it,
Mhm.
and then you just get a lot of the credit.
But I
But
think it's
you can have
important-
multiple producers, and then they kind of divide what's going on. But sorry, please go with the real
No,
definition.
I think it's important to talk about what some of the job description is for producer, because she got normal, like, just producer credits for those, right? She was an executive producer on
Earlier in her career, yeah. She was-
yeah. So, yeah. Okay, so producer job, according to Studio Binder, producer job description and duties: purchase and develop products. If applicable, producers secure the rights to projects. It's quite a big decision. It's negotiation. Hire and manage key team members, including writers,
Mhm.
directors, managers, talent, heads of department, key crew, staff, and other personnel. Set a
Including like
budget.
transportation.
Set a budget and secure funds for the project, often through investors. So this is the one I'm most familiar with. Often through investors, personal funds, or studio. After funding, producers oversee the project to see it stays within budget. Is that
Mhm.
okay?
Yeah, so
Build
she's
a
not doing
schedule.
anything creatively. It's just kind of making sure that all the departments are hired,
She's
that
a
everyone's
project
going to be
manager.
there, everything will run
Yeah.
smoothly. Yeah, essentially.
After funding, build a schedule using production management software to set the production schedule. So I suppose this has got to do with, like, this is the basics, right?
Alexa,
Schedule.
please make a schedule for me.
I would
Sure.
assume they have a producer.
They have a person
with
for
a,
that.
with a production that big. They would probably have someone who schedules things.
Like,
A
yeah, that
completely
does.
separate producer. Yeah.
But like when you start off as your first producer job, this is I suppose this looks like it's like it's telling you it's film school 101, I suppose, is what I'm looking at here. Oversee post-production from editing. What do they mean by oversee? You just see that it's happening, I suppose.
You make sure that timelines are being hit,
Yeah.
that everyone's getting paid,
Project
that
management.
essentially everything's running smoothly.
You hover
Mhm.
over the editor's shoulders.
Okay, so then they also are, which we know, market the project and generate buzz for the project by working with a PR team.
Mhm.
What does a producer do? The short answer: a little bit of everything. Okay, so
But mainly finance related. Which
So,
kind
yeah.
of seems like it fits in with some of the, president of Lucas type jobs. Like, again, you're trying to get time frames, you're trying to get financing. it's not the exact same thing, but it seems like there is some overlap.
Yeah.
And
it seems like-
two other things. So people are giving her a bunch of shit for recent things and kind of her current status. But you got to remember, she was a longtime producer for Spielberg, for Lucas. And Spielberg is on record saying that she is the greatest producer of all time, that she is the greatest producer he's ever worked with. And then Lucas put her up specifically as his replacement. He is the one who nominated her and said she should be the one in charge of this. So, I mean, prior to this, there is kind of a push for recognizing what she has done. And man, before this, her legacy is just near flawless. It's crazy. I know Charles has a bunch of them, but on top of that, 8 Best Picture nominations for films that she's produced. That's pretty crazy. Almost nobody has that type of track record.
Well, I what is it? I think that's great, but just as you pointed out, I mean, I think that what at most what we would say is that, or not at most, the least we could say. I said, yeah, there you go. The least we could say is that she did a great job of clearing hurdles for those projects, but not that she directly had a hand in making them.
What do you mean by that?
The reason.
So isn't that the job of every producer? Like anything financial,
No.
they're
So why is she
clearing the
getting all the
hurdles.
blame
So she
then?
did the job?
No. What I mean is, though, is that the reason why those things had critical acclaim is because of the creativity and all these other
Hey, Jay.
aspects for it. So she made sure, what is it? Like if there's like a race, right? And you get somebody to clear the track, right, and make sure that the track is in good working order, that facilitates the race going and whoever wins. But that doesn't mean that they had any hand in the outcome. They only had an indirect hand in the outcome.
So why is she
because-
getting blamed then?
But there's so that's actually what I want to
No.
know. Like, what did she do differently to? Okay, so she took over from
No.
Lucas.
So as the what do you call it? As the she leveled up. She went from being a producer to being the president of Lucasfilm, which, I mean, she is going to be making what is it? I don't think it's been documented exactly what her moves are. People speculate, people have insiders or whatever, but you know, how much of that is accurate, right? No one knows. And so I would just throw that all out and just go with what we have seen her do, which is
A lot.
the announcement of the planning of projects, the canceling of projects.
Projects are planned and canceled all the time.
All the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
So why are
Well,
we
That is
blaming
kind
her
of
for
the
doing
job.
like that's
Got
normal.
103 producer credits.
So
I'm
there
upcoming
is
one.
currently a lawsuit, and it is giving some insight into it. Again, go to Zach's episode from last night. Cameron Pasha was on there, but he's got his
Cameron's
Patreon
great.
post. Yeah, he's awesome. But he was talking about it, and the original producer for The Acolyte is suing them because she was let go. But her claim was that Disney had never okayed or greenlit anything, essentially, at one of the Star Wars, I forget exactly what it was, where she made the announcement that they're doing this. She basically kind of grabbed them by the short hairs. She pulled a fast one on them and just announced that this show with an LGBT head runner and a whole bunch of diversity within it is being released. So then it would be on Luke or on Disney to essentially say, no, this isn't true. We don't support that. So essentially she kind of strong-armed them into making The Acolyte. This is coming up through the court documents for this lawsuit. So while we don't know everything that's going on behind the scenes, it does seem like a lot of it is kind of coming to light. And again, even the Gina Carano thing hasn't gone fully through, but there's also theories that she might be stepping down to avoid being part of that. But we'll see as they progress. There is currently discovery going on in both of those, so we might get more information very soon.
Couldn't that be more on like Disney as a whole, though? Maybe she was trying to
Sure.
play their game with them, because like how often they put a
That is
gay
part
kiss
of-
in something, and then I mean, even the Marvel
That's-
stuff.
Yeah, and that is kind of the thing. So the accusation is that basically like she would just start announcing things like the Daisy Ridley movie. Basically, she was supposed to announce her retirement 2 years ago and instead announced, hey, we're doing this new Star Wars one with Daisy Ridley. So I don't know the validity of those, but those are the claims from specifically the producer who was originally on Acolyte and then was fired. Apparently, they're suing for lost income because they were let go from this thing. And because of their discovery, she says that she can confirm that there was no green lighting of the Acolyte, that it was just Kennedy announcing it at that, I forget
So
exactly
she's being
what
a
it was
bit
called.
of a cowboy. She was actually, but as
Kind
Charles
of.
was saying, that she was playing the game kind of because she
But
went
that's-
ahead and. But that's like fireable.
But this
if-
is
if
all
she-
speculation, though. Like I
Right.
guess
It
my
is.
point is we don't know shit about what an
we
exec, how
don't.
much.
But
their
it's
hands
fun
are
to
in the-
think
This
about.
is this is
the internet.
mostly what I was talking about as well. Is that's the point I wanted to make, is that we don't really know. Like, let's cut out all the speculation and focus on what we do know. And to your point as well, is that as far as the what is it what is industry practice is to I don't think
We
it's
don't have any
healthy
appeal
industry
defending her.
I don't think it's healthy industry standard, or it's a healthy industry standard to announce a lot of stuff and only, like, to announce 10 things and do like 2 or 3 of them. I think that is bad, and I would criticize any company or any president or project manager that does that. So it's not.
What were the 10 things that she got up in front of a camera and said these are things that are happening?
Well, like
The D&D one, like if you're gonna go with
Ryan
all of them, there was
Johnson,
supposedly
Patty
a Ryan Johnson
Jenkins.
trilogy. There was a Patty Jenkins one. There
There's-
is supposedly a Ray trilogy, but also the Ray.
But did she
one-
announce that like publicly,
No.
or was it passed
There-
around like in?
no.
She
In
brought
interviews.
Daisy Ridley on stage at one of the Star Wars. I forget what they're calling the
For the
thing,
Ray movie.
but
Yeah.
yeah, and
Is that
announced
still
that.
kind of in purgatory.
No.
Maybe.
Like, was it D23? They would have like a poster of like, these are all the projects we're doing, and
Yeah,
then
but
you can go through the years. Oh no! It's bad that they do it at all, and it's something that Disney does all
That's
the time.
convention.
for all kinds
stuff,
of
like that's
no, but
all conventions do that.
No. It's bad. It doesn't matter who's doing it. It's bad.
It's just the industry,
every
though.
time. Yeah, sure, but it's bad, and when anyone does it, that's my point. It's bad anytime. Let's not normalize it. Let's get back to good things, good values.
But it's normal. There's not even
Normalize
needing normalized.
bad
It's already
behavior.
normalized. So you need to abnormalize it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, how many
Yes.
games get announced that just never come to fruition?
Oh my gosh, there was support. How many movies get made that you
that's-
don't
I
get
think
the
I
next
understand.
movie? Spooky must.
Yeah.
Hey, sorry,
I
Foxrew.
I
Forgot
wanted
about all my hotkeys.
And
Real
so,
quick.
what is it? Yeah. So what is it?
Bemo's got a question for you, Foxrew.
What?
Would you say that this is more of an argument of what something ought to be, not what it is?
Yeah.
Like what
Sure,
the argument
right.
that you're making regarding all this?
Well, what is it? It just feels like whataboutism that people say, like
Who's
if you're, when
whatabouting?
you're calling out bad behavior and say that, well, other people do this bad behavior too.
I get
That's
what you're
not
saying.
whataboutism.
It's a way to dismiss the comment, even though like the specifically like saying that she specifically did this, despite it being normal, is still not okay. Is what Foxrew is trying to say. And it
Did anyone
seems like
do
it's
that?
more of a yes. Like the last couple minutes on stream, that was what it was. It was trying to dismiss that specific statement.
So I brought it up just to say, like, this announcement of, hey, all the trade publications have this insider who's saying that she is now stepping down or being let go. it seems like a little bit of turnabout is fair play because it is rumored that she was doing that to Disney. That was the only reason why I brought that up. But,
I wanted to ask you
I'm not
guys, do you know
excusing
where the first thing came from, where this rumor first came from?
Yeah.
Her contract is up at the end of the year.
Well, I mean, are we talking about like the first rumors? Like,
Yeah,
the
main
or
buzz,
whatever? Or...
no. Main buzz that people were talking about that made all the streamers on the face of the earth put Kathleen Kennedy.
You can be
Or
angry about
reported.
Star Wars. You're okay.
So, like, 3 different trade publications all confirmed it, and they said that they had an insider confirming it. They're not saying exactly who it is, but the fact that there's like 3 different ones confirming it and something this big, like, okay, so we had all these rumors before. You had people online saying this is going to happen for years. Like, that she's out. She has been fired. But we didn't see like the Hollywood Reporter reporting it. We didn't see a bunch of these other trade publications. This time we had 3 of them confirm it, and they're saying that they have an insider that actually 100% confirmed this. And then we're not seeing those same trade publications come out and say, actually, we got word from Lucasfilm from Disney that it's not happening. Instead, we see one report from CNN, which isn't exactly known for breaking Hollywood news.
Do you guys know this newsletter, Puck?
Disney owns CNN, by the way.
Film industry newsletter Puck reported on Monday that Kennedy has told colleagues that she will retire by the end of 2025.
Well,
So
she
that
said
was
that,
like the
like,
first
what was that,
spark in
6 years ago as well?
Did
like
she
that
say
she-
it? I don't
with
remember
a
people
different
saying
date, I remember.
She was
She's been
saying
getting
that,
fired since Last Jedi.
like, yeah, we know that she's been getting fired. That's what everybody. And the thing is, with her saying she's going to step down, with her saying I will retire by the end of 2025, that's new buzz, exciting news. What was the reaction amongst the Star Wars fans about this?
Get her
It
out.
kind of depends. Like, if you're a TLJ stan, you might not like it, or if you liked kind of the way that the Disney Plus shows were going. But it seems like the majority of the internet's cheering because, fanfare with the Star Wars projects have been going down as each one, even with the last one, Skeleton Crew, which was pretty decent. I'd put it as like my 3rd favorite Disney Plus thing, but man, there was no viewership whatsoever. Nobody talked about it. It was just nothing. And they did that to themselves after things like The Acolyte. So I don't know. Most of the buzz is everyone's happy, but it's too little too late.
I think big franchise are just tired. Captain America's is kind of already out of the conversation. I think
yeah.
I think the public is just done with the same old shit, like
Yeah.
all over, not just Star Wars.
No, I agree.
Well, and
I think what is it? Genre entertainment is taking a hit as a whole.
for sure. And I think Disney has a lot to do with that because they had this mandate that we've got to keep pushing everything out. And I don't think that's Kathleen Kennedy necessarily. If you go with Bob Iger's biography that was released, I think it's like 2 years ago now, he was taking credit for, okay, it was my mandate that we need to have a new thing like every year. I think a big one every 2 years. And that pushed them into production a lot sooner. But it was the same thing that was going on with Marvel. It was just, you've got to push. And then again, it was them that pushed for Disney Plus, which I don't know. Originally, Obi-Wan was supposed to be a movie. I would have to think that, a 2-hour version of that would have been much stronger than that stretched out weird thing we got.
So do we have people? Are we all?
No, yeah, it
of
was
the
20.
opinion. Sorry, I'm just finishing the. Are we all? I know it's taking me a long time to finish the sentence, but are we all of the opinion that you can't pin it all on Kathleen Kennedy? It just doesn't make
Most
sense.
of it goes to her. I mean, she's the president, so that is what they do.
That's her
Like, if
responsibility.
America screws up, we're going to blame the president. This is Lucasfilm making some poor choices.
Like, yeah. So
Sorry, Charles, you disagree?
She's in charge of Doge of Disney.
Oh, so she's Elon Musk in this situation. Okay, so why don't we hate her more?
Hey there.
Oh, the internet plenty does.
Yeah. But Gray, you came up with quite an interesting comparison because of the this was on MSK show where you spoke about the Lion King. Would you reiterate that point? Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. So it seems like Kathleen Kennedy is getting like a lot of shit for the failing of it, and everyone's kind of going after her. But like there's certain people who have made movies that don't exactly make people happy. So Favreau has a great track record. I love a lot of what he did. Like he totally made Iron Man legit. I love his kind of more independent ones that he did before that. But he also did like Jungle Book, Lion King, a lot of things that people didn't necessarily enjoy. And, he didn't get that thing like you killed Lion King or you killed Disney live action animation or anything like that, where, the second TLJ came about is when I think I heard Kathleen Kennedy hate. I don't think I heard any of it during The Force Awakens, but it seems like it's been steady ever since TLJ. It was not just Kathleen Kennedy. There was a lot towards Rian Johnson as well. But yeah, I mean, a lot of people are kind of it doesn't seem like it's the equal amount of hatred. But perhaps Lion King is not nearly as bad as.
Okay, hold on.
It's because of the fandom.
No, if I could just
because she's in George Lucas's old job, and
Yeah.
during the prequels, the person that got the exclusive blame was George Lucas. The problem is he was the writer and the director, which they're not differentiating.
Same. That's what I was going to
some
ask
of
you. I
them.
wanted to ask you, like, can we praise, if we can't blame Kathleen Kennedy, can we praise Lucas and that George Lucas? Yes, because he was right.
Rian Johnson is someone that, like, if you hate The Last Jedi, that's the writer and director. That's the guy to go for.
But Kathleen Kennedy gave him full carte blanche. Like, okay, she didn't have like, okay, we've got these points that it needs to make, and then we need to wrap it around to this. It was just, hey, do your thing.
Up
which
until that
is
point, they were
interesting.
fine.
Yeah,
Force Awakens was a success.
it is still the highest grossing film ever, I do believe. It's like
not anymore.
987 US, 2 billion worldwide.
It was a bad
J-Mac.
film.
We gotta
It was
talk
a
about
bad
J-Mac,
film with- Yeah, it was a bad film when it came out.
Super enlightened take. Instead of hating KK less, Kathleen Kennedy, we should hate all Disney higher ups more. That is a super enlightened take, and I agree. Down with the Bobs.
Hey.
Bob Iger, Bob Chapek. Let's get all the
Zaslav
Bobs
in
out.
there.
Okay,
Get Dave Zaslav in there too.
I actually do think that Bob Chapek got more hate than he kind of deserved. He was brought in, quickly, relatively unplanned. If you look back at it, there was nothing leading up to him taking over. It was just Bob Iger jumping out of the way, seeing the winds were blowing because of the COVID, and then saying, hot potato, here, other Bob, here you go. And the reason I think he was picked is because he was the parks guy and he had done financially well with that. And so they gave him the hot potato, and then he's juggling this hot potato. And I think that he was still catching up. Bob Iger really hadn't left. He still had an office. He was still talking to the board. He was still, I think, so I think that Bob Iger or Bob Chapek got
Dorkus wants to speak.
Yeah. Got a lot of undue hate.
I just feel it should be said that I think blame can be divvied out among various people in various proportions in accordance to the role that they played. So, like, if I were to say Kathleen Kennedy is to blame for the failure of Star Wars, just as like a blanket statement, I'm not saying that's my opinion, but I'm using the statement to illustrate my point. That would be in proportion to her role. I'm not necessarily going to say it's her fault that, I don't know, some boom operator forgot to turn on the mic and then they had to go pick something up in ADR.
But it was her cousin.
Situation.
Nepotism. So let me ask, so you're saying proportionate. So do you have the same kind of, I don't know, do you view Lucas the same way? So we're only counting his hits.
Probably.
But keep in mind, he didn't do, all of the films. We do have Kasdan doing the greatest film out there, but he still gets the the hit as that guy. But are we talking about the Christmas special? Are we talking about the 2 Ewoks movies? Are we talking about a whole bunch of unfortunate decisions and the prequels?
Lucas has massive overhype. He does. He what is it? He worked with the team to make he worked with the team to make the original trilogy, and that team was able to pull out 3 wins on different levels. And then he had massive hype and accolades, which allowed him and lots of money also. So then he went and did the prequels, and it showcased just how bad he is at handling all of it when he's mostly alone. And then he passed it off, or he did the TV shows for a while, which I would argue not that great, really, honestly, subpar. But then he passed that on to Kathleen Kennedy for reasons we don't know, but it was certainly a nepotistic choice. They had a close relationship, so he gave it to her. And then I don't think she did any better than him, honestly.
Okay.
Well, that's not. Well, it depends on what metric, because if you're talking about like the films,
okay, Jar Jar simp.
Yeah, I do love me some Meatsaw. Love Jar Jar. Okay, I do like Jar Jar, especially outside of that first film. But the films progressively made less and less money and got more and more expensive as time went on, right? Like even though they're still technically are successes, they are
fun for the box office guy.
People make a huge deal of that metric that made less and less, but I'm pretty sure that was the same thing that happened with the original trilogy. That's
in a worse instance.
Oh,
relatively speaking, the prequels failed harder.
Well, yeah,
but we're only talking about the 3 real films, but you also have Solo, which really, really bombed, and then that also changed the direction of everything. Okay, these legacy characters can't have their own standalone movies, so instead Obi-Wan's getting switched to Disney Plus. It's not just the 2 sequels are less than the first.
Yeah. Part of the problem with Solo was that, or a big problem with the Solo bombing was the fact that it was well into production, and then they switched gears, which ballooned the budget. If it had been the original run, if they had just wrapped up what they were doing, it may have not have been even as good a movie as the one that came out. I don't know.
That's Disney big budget thing. Like the same thing with Ant-Man. Edgar Wright.
Yeah.
From what I've heard,
I want to see that.
Right. They don't trust fancy artists so much as they just want you to do what the machine is doing.
Record.
Yeah.
They screwed over Favreau. They didn't talk to him. They didn't talk to Kenneth Branagh. After Iron Man and Thor were a success, they just announced a date, and that's it. They didn't check with any of the creatives. They didn't have a script. I believe they're doing the same thing with the Star Wars movies, and that is one thing that hampered them. And it is one thing that Bob put in his actual biography. And thanks for pointing out the actual date in the private chat. For some reason, it was making a whole bunch of headway, or people were reviewing it a bunch in 2023, but apparently it came out in 2020. So I don't know, but it was his order that we need to have these movies out in very rapid succession. And you're not going to get quality necessarily if you're in. There is that 3 thing, you can get it good, fast, or cheap, and you're not going to be able to do all 3 of those. And it does seem like they went for kind of cutting some corners and making it fast, so it's not necessarily going to have the quality.
Yeah, and they don't plan things out well, and they rely on the VFX to make up for their mistakes. They don't, you plan, what is it? Measure twice, cut once, right? So, but they're not doing that.
We bring it back.
It is Doge.
But they're not doing it, right? They cut a bunch and then stitch things together, patch stuff in, is how they're running things. What was it? Speaking of Marvel, Multiverse of Madness, they what was it? Somebody was giving an interview about it, and they were saying that they had like 2 weeks before they started filming to write the script, and that they were and then mostly
well, and they already had
writing,
sets built, so you had to write the script to match the sets, which that's not the way it usually works.
No, and you know what is it?
It's crazy.
I think some of the what do you call them? Mission Impossible movies have done that, but they're working with real what is it? They to varying levels of success, they've done that, and I think that them working with a non-fantastical setting lends that it well or better to that situation, but and then also having more of a well-traveled formula also helps. But with Star Wars, they were experimenting a lot, and with Marvel, they experiment a lot with different directors, different storytelling, and different levels of adaptation of comics. So I think that I think that the end products speak for themselves, that they're not well made. They're kind of schlocky, as it's been said before.
Okay, so we can get into
back to that.
Yeah,
you were speaking and I interrupted.
I know. I want to ask. Okay, there seems to be two different arguments that are going on, or that they're related though. How screwed is Star Wars? Okay, is the one question that that people seem to be. Is it this bad? Is it that bad? What level of bad is it? That seems to be the discussion between all of you Star Wars people here, and where it went wrong. Which one's the worst? Okay, there's that, and then there is
Obi-Wan.
the who's to blame.
Oh gosh.
Discussion, and I guess that one's the easiest one because it's like Grace said. Here is the boss, the executive person. She's the buck is supposed to stop with her. That's one point that's made. But then I suppose, Charles, you're making the point that, listen, it's a huge machine. It's not just one person.
Yeah, I do think that she's something of a sacrificial lamb, though. If even by going by Disney's rules,
I think that's not wrong. Yeah.
Hold on, what were you going to say, Charles?
I think if they really didn't want her to be the recipient of any negative press, they would have nipped that in the bud, I don't know, after Last Jedi came out, because it seems like she's the public punching bag, and
so it works.
They could have stopped it.
Has anybody seen her get credit for the thing that people like, though? Like, is anyone giving her credit for Rogue One? I hear only, she is now I'm forgetting the director's name, Gareth Edwards, is it? I hear nothing. I hear nothing but controversy with the production of that, and that's blamed on her. And then I've never heard anyone praise her for Andor, which, we're about to get Andor season 2. It might be actually a good time to step out, since 1 was pretty critically acclaimed, even though the viewership wasn't high. But that might be the next good thing that we have.
If I could jump in,
if I may
jump in there. Oh no,
can I first, please?
Yeah.
I thought. I guess I've been under a rock. I thought Rogue One was generally considered one of the better of Disney Star Wars movies, and I thought that I know Andor was more controversial, but at least my recollection of EFAP from the day was that they seemed to like it quite a lot. But could it perhaps be a consequence of a consistent pattern of degrading quality that leads to people just not being interested in those two, even though they may well be better than they seem?
Yes and yes. So I'm not disagreeing with you. I think people did like Rogue One, but the production was apparently plagued with a lot of controversy, and it was not an easy production whatsoever. And
A lot of
apparently,
great
people are
acting.
blaming her for that.
But I think you could have a good reception of Rogue One, but they don't
Made money.
they don't praise Kathleen for that. They're just not giving her credit for it. So when it doesn't go right, when it's mostly given hate.
I see.
So that's what I see, because as an outsider, as a normie, it seems like those were well received ish compared to, you know, if levels of hate of the Star Wars things, those were, yeah, Charles.
From the Disney perspective, forgetting everything that's going on the internet and criticism. Force Awakens, massive hit. Rogue One, massive hit. Last Jedi, financially speaking, massive hit. Those were the first three.
Do you want
After
to go to the
that,
picture?
did you download it? I don't have it
Yeah.
here.
Oh,
So-
okay.
I put it there for you to.
No, I've
You
got
know,
this here.
StreamYard allows you to share now. If you just present, you can upload the PDF or PNG
No, I'll just
or whatever
opening
file.
it up. I have it open.
Fair
in the-
enough.
Charles, it,
Ah,
you know, it has been bad the whole time.
What do you
yes,
mean?
But you're not the one cashing checks.
I
As
agree.
far as the higher ups are concerned, yeah, keep doing that.
No, and lots of problems happen with with creative endeavors, because the people writing the checks aren't clued into the art.
Sure. But if they make
Anyways,
money, I don't
and
think
so-
they care.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah. What is it? It doesn't, because they don't care about how you feel about a film. They care that you went and bought a ticket. So as soon as you purchase the ticket, before you even have sat down to see the film itself, they count that as a positive endorsement of the final product.
So
And
yeah, the loud
it's a flaw.
onlineness.
it's definitely a flaw in the system.
But it's not. If it continues to make money, that's the thing. If the purchase decisions stay that way, they're not going to change anything.
Right.
So,
Agreed. No, but
like,
and this is also a
so
problem.
Charles, can you take us through this image here?
So the yellow highlighted films are the ones that Kathleen Kennedy is quote unquote responsible for. As much hate as The Last Jedi gets, it's the fifth highest grossing film in Star Wars, which,
Yeah.
you know, again, money talks, bullshit walks.
It's coming
Right.
off the back of The Force Awakens, so yeah.
Right. And like I said, Force Awakens was first, Rogue One was second, and then Last Jedi was third. And by the halfway point of Last Jedi being out in theaters, word started getting around that people weren't really fans of it. Right there after that, I think it was that year, maybe even that May after Last Jedi, that Solo came out, and that was a disaster. And Rise of Skywalker, they tried to course correct and didn't delay it like they should have done. And yeah, that's big rolling train Disney speak when they just we're not going to slow anything down. Just put it out, whatever we have. The same thing Marvel's been doing for the last 5 years.
Well, and Solo changed it too, because I know I mentioned it a couple times, but Obi-Wan was supposed to be its own standalone movie, and then they switched it to a series after Solo's abysmal performance. But that one sucks because they had Phil Lord and Christopher, now I can't remember his name, the dudes from the Lego movie. Like, I want to see what they actually would have done with the Solo movie. It could have been, thank you. I think it's Phil Lord and Chris. I can't remember what his name is. But Miller, thank you. It's the simple name. I can remember Lord, but not Miller. But just I want to see what they would have done, just like I want to see what Edgar Wright would have done with Ant-Man. I have to think it would be much different than what we got. But still, they got a very, a talented director to come in and kind of make his own thing out of it. Ron Howard supposedly picked up the slack on that, but they're only making 488 million, which sounds good, but considering The Force Awakens is 2.7 billion, it's not on the same caliber.
Well,
it was.
Yeah, if you consider the fact that it's basically a lock for a Star Wars movie to make $1 billion, and it did half. It's really kind of.
It was at one time. Like, I don't think The Force Awakens was good enough to earn that, but I think the interest in Star Wars, actually seeing something on the big screen, was.
Oh yeah,
It just,
Yeah.
it sucks. They killed that enthusiasm.
Yeah.
yeah, too much in
I-
too short a time.
Agreed. What is it? George Lucas's model of having it once every 3 years was actually a really good plan. And, you know, if you look at it, the Revenge of the Sith did make more than Attack of the Clones, so there was actually a rise in revenue with the prequels, but the original trilogy had the same trajectory, diminishing returns. And I think that, you know, you should have a plan of having a movie once every 3 years for a trilogy and then stop for 5 to 10 years, come back. You know, that they should have maintained that pattern. And in the meantime, do books and movies. I'm sorry, books and games and other media to supplement the experience if you want to do stuff all the time, rather than we need a movie. Like, was it towards the end? It was every 6 months. They wanted a movie every 6 months.
Yeah, it seems like it was also the Marvel thing. It seems like that was coming down from the top at Disney, which sucks. But they thought they could do no wrong, and they were kind of right. I mean, look at Force Awakens. Look at all the Marvel projects up until then. They were guaranteed $1 billion. It's weird.
But you do, I suppose it does erode. Eventually it erodes to the point where this sort of enthusiasm won't be anything you can bank on anymore. But with something as big as Star Wars, that will take a very long time for it to become, you know what, not
It
interesting.
took about 10 years, and now the interest is dead nearly.
It's
I don't
wild.
know about dead.
They could sell the license. They could sell Star Wars for a penny, and Disney made money.
Yeah.
Like, that's insane.
I also wanted to ask you guys about the value of this IP now. Okay, because you got, so what is it? Is it can we go around the panel? Do you guys think it has declined?
Can we pitch in? Just buy it?
I think no. I
I'll give you
think
$5.
I think that for based off of a potential to revive, I would say currently it's worth about $4 billion.
Okay, but you're saying it has to be revived, and but you're saying, yeah, you definitely you're not even a fan anymore.
No, my point is that it's and that may be optimistic, but I would say that, you know, it's worth less than what George Lucas sold it for, not by a lot, but maybe by the rate of inflation.
Yeah, because the potential, that's what the thing is. You would have to erode the potential for it completely. The goodwill, the fan base that's already there. Even the angry fan base is valuable. Charles?
Can I be a dweeb?
Uh-huh.
Are we doing Star Wars or Lucasfilm?
Just Star Wars.
All right. Well, that's a little bit different.
Okay,
Because
so no,
Lucasfilm, that Indiana Jones game was well
Oh,
received.
that's true. Okay.
Actually,
The licensing alone,
it
they
was
can
mid.
probably
I
make-
would say it was mid.
Zax, skirt in here.
It came in hot, but it left fast. The Indiana Jones game.
It looked
It
neat.
summoned
It
him.
died off really quickly.
I love that the skirt summoned him. That's great. But I think there's still value in Star Wars personally. I think it just needs a little more love. That's why actually that, like, despite the writing not being too great, the IP is being given to different people to be creative with. That's why they had the whole, what was it, the anime anthology series where a bunch of Japanese writers
that was
and artists.
mishandled. That was really
It wasn't handled, but it was also had some fantastic ideas in it. Like that, I like that. I'm okay with that. Even though like I don't value Star Wars the same way anymore. I think the bridge has been mostly burned for me. I think it could be better, but I don't think that the IP is dead.
Yeah, I think it's so, it could be so easy to, you as much as everyone carries on about how dead Star Wars is, nobody's going to buy it for a penny, Charles. Nobody's actually going to. That would still be able to increase that value. And
Oh, I was going to say, I'll buy it for a penny.
is it worth a penny?
Sure.
It's worth more than a penny.
Licensing alone, I'd sell you a license to make comic books out of it for more than a penny.
If I was to have creative control, what I would do is I would develop a consistent artistic animation style, and then recast like everybody essentially, and not do the original trilogy or prequels or anything, but I would adapt the books as they are and have it and release them as Legends books. So you're not even committing to any kind of world building consistency, but just pay the people the fees, because that's one thing that they did when Disney bought Lucasfilm. They stopped paying royalties on the books.
Yeah,
I think is really bad. But so this would be also a way to get those people some royalties, some money, and then while giving back something to long-time fans. I would just, and not worry about, again, continuity. Just adapt the books as they are. Maybe make some changes because you're changing mediums, right? It's not, they're not books. They're
like Heir to the Empire. Is that what we're talking?
Yeah, Heir to the Empire, like the Yuzhan Vong saga, all these different things. Yeah. All these things. What is it? Rogue Squadron books, all of them.
So to wrap up with the Kathleen Kennedy. Hey, Shield Will. To wrap up the Kathleen Kennedy part of this stream.
Yes. Thank you.
Wow.
To start getting up on that. So for getting into closing remarks, what I want to ask the panel, because you're all such experts. What would you do if you were Kathleen Kennedy? If you were the head of Lucas?
Well, I just gave my answer. There you go.
Yeah.
I guess
you've done yours. What you would do with the IP. So does that means that you wouldn't focus on the films? You wouldn't go with the original sort of stuff. Go further into what you have in the books. Focus on that, and that could just focus on and also I suppose the quality as well. You would want that to be good.
Well, I mean, I would.
Would you fire people?
I would focus on the most popular books first. But and if I ran out of that, then maybe the lesser known, less successful books. But the comics, all the Dark Horse comics, all the different books. And bring those in.
Make Jar Jar.
If you're not paying, you're gonna have a script writer, because there's gonna be having someone to adapt a book into a screenplay. So, but you're not going to be really having any kind of major creative writing going on there. It's mostly concessions for what you're including, what you're excluding, based off of the fact that it's a visual medium now and not a book. And the easiest, the Clone Wars, and really lots of their animation studio knocked it out of the park with the visuals. I mean, there's different levels of quality there. For different projects, but generally speaking, I can't pronounce his name. Not the long run. What's the guy? Tortikovsky? I can't remember. the Tortikovsky. I can't pronounce it. I don't have any confidence that I'm saying that correctly.
Something. I don't know what you're talking about. So I cannot.
Yeah, no, it's the 2D animation for Clone Wars, not the 3D
Oh,
animation.
Gendy Tartakovsky,
Thank you. His
Okay.
same guy
That's-
who made Samurai
that
Jack.
would be much more I would
Okay.
much more closely resemble an animation style like that. And they knocked it out of the park there.
That was
for,
very good. That's
yeah.
what funded the Clone Wars 3D series.
Yeah.
Part of it.
So
Okay, so that's Foxrew's
There you
answer as to how he would go about fixing Disney. I mean, not Disney, fixing
that's how I would
Star Wars.
resuscitate the interest.
Okay.
Is by going back to Legends and keeping it as Legends. Don't try to like canonize or decanonize anything. Just leave it where it is and just give people a straight adaptation of the books.
So you wouldn't do any scrapping of what's currently out there. You wouldn't like retcon that. You would just leave it and then do something else.
For 10, 20 years and then come
Okay.
back to the movies.
Okay. Cool.
With
So
with
what?
fresh new ideas in mind.
Okay, Dorkus, what would you do?
Oh gosh. I don't know how popular or unpopular or feasible it would be to do, but I do think I would decanonize Disney Star Wars, put it like it's in its own special universe, put it away, maybe pretend it didn't happen for a little bit. I would recanonize the extended universe of old, the books and so on. And I would probably try and tell smaller, more isolated stories within that expanded universe. And start small and slowly try to earn trust and interest again. Maybe build up.
Start small. I like that idea. And because the value of the whole RP is just the world, really, that it's happening in. So, yeah, just tell stories in the world. That's what people want. I think. Okay.
That's what I want.
Bimo, the actual fan. Sorry, you've changed back into your face. I enjoyed your joke.
Let me fix that.
Yeah. For
I'm
the
a Star
answer,
Wars
please.
fan. I'm just a small fan.
Get it.
Yeah, for better or worse in terms of decanonizing. Sorry, Bimo.
That's okay.
The Disney Star Wars stuff is controversial, and I don't like controversial. So,
how do you decanonize, Dorkus? Do you just say, "Hey, it's announced, it's decanonized," and everybody just goes, "Sweet"?
I suppose that's a method, but you could also
Why not the tried and true one? Just first seeing Luke Skywalker waking up. Oh, it was all a dream. It's great.
that as well. A line suggesting as much.
Which is just retcon, basically.
Yeah.
Yes, it
But
is
anyway.
retcon by a different name.
Okay.
Anyway, Bimo, what was your answer?
How I would resuscitate the series? That's the specific question, right?
Well, resuscitate the brand Star Wars.
Just like what I would want to see with anything regarding like Tolkien's works or even the Wheel of Time, if more work was to be made on those, I would want to see the places that weren't talked about.
Yeah.
I would like to see new stories that aren't like, oh, here's the new world-ending threat or whatever, but more let's talk about something new that we can expand upon using the base of the other stuff. Within Star Wars specifically, it already did that with the expanded universe books. Like all of the stuff that's been now not canon because of Disney was all ideas that were just expanding upon the base premise of like what can the Force do. But if I were to pick specifically a series that I would want to use as a resuscitation, there's actually a trilogy of books that go over Han and Leia's kids. And Han and Leia's kids are studying under Luke in his new Jedi school. And it is a fantastic, like, little, like, teenage drama. It's great.
Okay.
I think that would be an easier way to do it.
But so it's related enough, but it's not like the main story. It's just you recognize certain.
Yes, they're
characters. I suppose.
related to main characters. Luke is an active character in the series, but it specifically goes around the individual quirks that come from being related to someone that's very interested in trying to become a Jedi, because Leia had the ability to become one and went through some training. They're both force sensitive, and they all have their individual quirks. If you haven't read them, I don't know if I should recommend them for adults because they're very kiddie, but like it's a good concept to jump off of.
Mhm.
They brought some of that
Okay.
into Last Jedi. Leia could fly.
Yeah,
She
that was
she
an
could
interesting one. Yeah.
unspace herself. She could.
Charles, you're the
Great,
box
what
office
would-
guy. How would you write the show? Okay, me.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So yeah, I mean, like, it would be great if we could get rid of the Disney stuff. I don't think they're going to do that. So I think I would just start with something new. People
Mhm.
mentioned a couple hundred years ahead, or even show us something in like the peak of the High Republic. Yes, we got to see like a glimpse of the end of the High Republic with the Acolyte, but it really wasn't the focus of it, and it wasn't what we were guaranteed. I think it would be great to do kind of what Disney is doing now, which is step back. You're not producing a movie every 6 months. You're not doing one every year. Just really take your time, actually plan out if you're going to do a trilogy, actually map out how they're going to do one to the other. What are the beats? Because, I'm pretty sure they were relying on like Snoke to be there for the third one. And then they were kind of caught with their pants down when they didn't have a big bad for the final one. So what do you do? So I would lessen it. You mentioned the games. I think that's a great idea. Kind of focus on there. Focus on some of the other things, and then just build up some good faith by doing something different. What I saw with the Skeleton Crew, it's not necessarily related to everything, but it's a fun adventure in the Star Wars world without using these characters that are, basically cash grabs. You don't have to focus on the legacy characters. But sadly, the goodwill is already broken. So I don't know if you could get people back by going to new characters. You might have to do something like BMO was saying and bring in the legacy characters. There is a good portion, if we're going to keep the Disney stuff, there's a good portion between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. I kind of want to see what Luke did in that time. And then after Jedi to Force Awakens, essentially. There's some cool time frames that you could go over if you have to use the legacy characters. But actually plan it out, have a map for it. That seems to be something that Disney didn't want to do in the past. You actually have to have some plans, which it seems like their plan was just keep turning out product. But Charles,
Yeah,
you're
it has
smarter
to
than
go
me. You're a
somewhere.
box office
Yeah.
guy.
What are you saying, Kitty?
No, it has to be going somewhere. You can't just spit out as whatever, because you will be eventually whatever you did before is going to start kicking you in the ass. Charles, we just have a Zax to say hello to. Hi, Zax.
Hey, everybody. How's it going?
Howdy.
Hey,
Good
Better
to
now.
see you. I'm so
Doing
glad you
well.
showed up.
Yeah, sorry I'm late.
No,
Did the best I
Just,
could to
just,
get here.
just being a good father and stuff.
Yeah,
how dare
parenting
you? What the hell?
is the
Mm.
worst. Yeah. Kids are the
Oh,
worst, too.
Oh, we are.
Indeed, totally.
So
100%
Charles
agree.
was just going to tell us how he would fix Star Wars, and then
We've
then
talked about Star Wars enough. Zax is here. Let's segue.
No, I wanted to
Into
hear
talking about
how
a
you
Star
would do
Wars
it,
character.
and then Zax will also tell us what he thinks
Oh,
we
wait,
should do for
just
Star Wars.
real quick, I have an addendum. An idea I had. I would put out a Reno 911 esque mockumentary of stormtroopers taking care of domestic squabbles. On,
No,
like,
we need the epicness of
in the
Star
Outer Rim.
Wars, man.
In the Outer
But
Rim.
Like
Not
the fan
specifically.
film?
TLC, but in the Star Wars universe.
Yeah, Reno 911, but in the Star Wars universe.
Did you call
There's
it
a
rim
fan
jobs?
film.
Yeah.
Rim jobs,
well,
yes.
Yeah.
That's what I remember that. That's what gave me the idea. But mine would be animated. Mine would be animated, and it would again to distance itself from the reason why I wanted to. I didn't explain it before, but the reason why I want it to be animated is to distance itself from the live action kerfuffles, both real and perceived.
Oh, this is a good point. And they don't rely completely on they don't rely on legacy characters. but they rely on the story, the relatable. It's not completely far out.
Both of those shows had promise, and then the writing ended up not being good. That's the issue, I guess. And when it comes to being specific with writing,
Hey,
it's a matter
you
of
like
opinion.
Jar Jar. You can't talk about bad writing, but
I like writing.
Mando was consistent
like
up
Jar
until
Jar
season
because
2,
of
and
the Clone
Andor
Wars
is awesome.
series.
You can't talk shit on Andor.
He can. He did.
So Charles buys
It's not
Star
good.
Wars IP for a penny,
Oh, nice.
and then what does
As
he
good
do?
as Rogue One.
Am I Kathleen Kennedy or am I Charles?
You're Charles.
You're Charlie's Kennedy.
All right. So, well, if I have the proper money to be producing that, I would get the best possible script that's not part of the main Skywalker storyline. The best thing, just give me a action movie about a person in this universe, and we're signing a bunch of NDAs, and we're making it, and we're not saying anything about it to the public until there's a trailer ready. You drop the trailer about a month before it comes out, and there's this, I don't know, hopefully some sort of buzz, and you do it the old way. You go on a tease, and within a month after releasing that trailer, the movie comes out, and
What?
yeah, I mean, like,
you're a freaking heretic. Okay, yeah.
well, if I paid a penny for it, I could afford to gamble. But I think too much talking, too much bullshit everywhere, internet, outside. Just you're going to sign NDAs anyway. Pay these people to shut their mouths, make the movie, and put it in the can, and don't really talk about it until you're ready to show something.
So the junkets and things like that would only come with the movie, like the old way.
Yeah.
We have
It wouldn't be like, we're writing a story about this character and she's going to be about these themes and whatever. It's just like, here
Right.
is this. Yeah.
You could even troll like whatever junkets you're sending that material to, and be like, yeah, it's called Gregory. And they're like, what the fuck, some space movie about some guy
you
named
could
Gregory?
you could really fuck around with it, because basically that your fans are your fans are the haters and the lovers. They are online talking in streams like this all the time. So you could give them all kinds of false information. Just do like a sort of guerrilla marketing thing. It's
With
cool.
little to no press. What was that?
It could work. It could work. There is evidence to support this. I mean, anything could work, but I mean, there's recent example, or somewhat recent, iZombie, the television show. The season 1 was the final episode was in the can before they even aired episode 1.
Wasn't that the zombie detective
And
show?
it was a massive success.
That's big risk. It's difficult to get people to sign on to that, but that's the producer's role. That's what you go and do, and you make everybody believe in the project, I suppose. So, Zach, sorry, before we go to final thoughts, Zach, how would you fix Star Wars? Because it seems like we all agree it's kind of broken, or how you would revamp it. I think Charles has the best idea. Sorry.
I like what you said about how we decanonize the current product by saying it's decanonized, and everyone goes, yay.
Announcement. It's
Yes.
decanonized.
Yes, and that's it. We all dance in the streets and everyone's singing Star Wars songs together in these protests, and we finally did it, guys. We got rid of it. I think you can't get rid of it. You can ignore it. You could leave it to the side, eventually call it something else if you want to. And I think that partially, I think maybe it was Charles, I'm not sure, but it was talking about bringing back the EU, and you can't bring back all of it. I think you bring back the best stories from it, and you use some of those. And the problem with that is the Thrawn stuff is going to be difficult. I think that's the best of it, or my favorite of it. But how do they do that now? They've already worked Thrawn into this universe, and so that's a weird one. So maybe you call him something else. You forget the Thrawn identity, and you call him something different. You do those 3 books, and also Carrie's dead, so that's a bit tougher to do. Queen Leia or whatever. So I think that is a tough way to do it, but I think if you pick some great stories in there, you focus on them. Like you said, you do the one with the young Jedi with the twins, or with the solo kids, and you then can. I would focus on the Rogue Squadron, because that was one of my favorite books to read. Was that series, the X-Wing series, and they're
That's
not really,
good.
yeah, they have not been fucked with at all. And so I think you can tell some of those stories because they're quietly encapsulated, and it's easy to just follow them and not have to worry about, well, what is Luke doing, and why isn't this happening? And
Mhm.
because it's a very, it's their own enclosed kind of world. And I do that because I like that about the EU, that it wasn't just Jedis. It was, an entire universe of people who are, trying to save it and keep it from going back to the Empire, even though apparently they fucking failed because the First Order was all powerful eventually. But I do like those smaller stories a lot. Like, I think I felt when I watched Andor, after I got into it, which took some time, that it was similar in style to something like that, because, they didn't rely on Jedis or magic or Death Stars. It was, a rebel story.
Mm. Sweet. Final thoughts on Kathleen Kennedy. Do you care? Does anyone panel fight over
4 out
the
of
mic?
10, but get me drunk enough, I might.
Oh, Bimo's going to start acting up to you, Zax. He's going to start making Zax like.
Oh, I've been
circle of
holding on
jerk.
to that joke for this entire thing so far.
Both of us are going to probably get pretty shitty, because that's kind
It's
of what
Zax's
we do
fault.
on
It
Zax's
is true.
channel.
That's what we do. Getting shitty is our job.
Yeah.
We get jerky.
We do get jerky. I think Kathleen Kennedy, I think she's 6 out of 10. I think I would with her, because think about this, like, physically, yeah, she's not attractive and she's super old, but you could tell your friends that, like, you banged Kathleen Kennedy, and
Yeah, that's a good point.
You let her
Social
pay for
story.
everything.
true, yeah. Maybe get some pictures on the side and go, look, Kathleen, can I get a job?
Oh, okay. Yeah, you just do a bit of a casting couch.
A little
with
bit,
her.
yeah.
He's
Look,
thinking
That's
outside the box.
for
Dorkus.
historical parity, it seems like a must that you would get a job in exchange.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
It's a tradition almost.
Exchange of
you know?
services.
100%.
So,
Anyway.
so none of you guys were on the iSit for 10 years. Sorry, just one thing is nobody was on the iSit for 10 years train. Don't
No.
do it.
Don't put,
Even if I wanted to, I don't think I could.
Yeah, just
You
don't
have
do
to copyright.
business as usual. Like, don't be throwing $500 million at it. Make a contained story for $100 million. If you can't make a movie work with $100 million, you can't be making movies.
Would the icing it be only movies? Like, could you still do video games, books, like, essentially? Because I don't think there was ever a time where there wasn't content coming out. Like, we had the extended universe, we had games. If you could cut it back to that and just make them wait for movies, I don't know. I think you could get some confidence in it again, but
That's true.
hard to say. You definitely want to make money on that investment, and I don't see them waiting 10 years to make another movie.
It's a pretty penny.
They already have
Yeah,
All
all
right.
the love would be gone at that point. Like, you got to keep the ball rolling at least so that it's in people's minds. The Force Awakens actually was so big because they ended on a higher note because of the show. Like, Revenge of the Sith came out and it was high acclaim, at least what I remember. I went and saw it in theaters, that's for sure. But I was also like not even 9 years old.
It's
So
the best of the three, and yeah, we understand you're a
Yeah.
Jar Jar simp.
I am a Jar Jar simp. Yes, I do like Jar Jar, but because of the show, the Clone Wars show did a lot to carry the prequels.
Right. So, Zax, welcome
Yeah. Hey,
to your first the first time thinking.
okay, I'm thinking. I'll give it a try.
How are you doing,
Don't
sir?
hurt yourself.
Good. I'm doing well.
Thank you so much for joining us and being our featured thinker today.
Ooh, that's
Sorry it's taken so long to have you on.
no problem. That's a short thing to have be a thinker, really.
So,
And we're done. Let's wrap up. We'll go around. We'll say what everyone's working on, and no.
No, we're not.
No.
No.
All right.
We're just getting started. I mean, does anyone want to go? We have a palette cleanser. I've got here, but we could get straight into the Pedro Pascal. But I'll just play a little second of it.
Respect to the trans community. And fuck you, transphobes.
Trans people are my friends. Trans.
So good.
That song sounds
We're
like
just ripping off Zach's.
No, it's just I had to make it part of the stream somehow because it's Zach's fault that this is in my head
Yes,
weekly.
it is.
It goes hard though.
It is so good. It's a really good song, and I
Only
actually
we had a transition to that song.
What- yeah.
Why?
How would that work?
From penis to vagina.
Uh,
Called it.
no, that is actually not why I brought it up, but it works. Thank you, everybody. So, what are we here to think about today? We've done with Kathleen Kennedy.
Yeah.
And guys, if you noticed, I did say it's about Pedro Pascal, but it's not actually about Pedro Pascal. It's about his dad.
Not really.
Ooh.
That's what the thumbnail's that way.
Yes.
Well,
Took
it
me
does.
this long to figure that out.
Pedro, I think, is attached to this because obviously it's his dad, but he's benefited in a number of ways from the things his dad did. That
Really?
that he just doesn't really acknowledge, and some of the stuff he said in public about this, where his dad did nothing wrong and he's innocent, and like clearly he's not innocent. In fact, he's now pled guilty to a number of things he was doing.
Yeah.
So but Pedro, I get it, Pedro. You needed daddy's money to keep funding your career before you quote unquote made it at 41. So
Okay.
What did he wait? What's it? What
Okay.
is
Well,
it?
let's
So
go
I
back.
think
You
what
control it.
we'll start with, Zach, what I want to
Yes.
do is ask everybody what they think of Pedro Pascal,
Pablo.
and whether they like him in everything. And then I want to hear what you think about him, Zach, because that has definitely colored how you've seen. Because I went and did I went to go and look at this, and I had a different outcome, a different opinion of what Pedro's thing is here. But maybe you have extra sources that I haven't seen. So let's go around. Let's do it that way. Go, Gray.
Oh, I'm first.
Pedro
Yeah,
Pascal.
sure. I don't hate me some Pedro, but so my first introduction to him was Oberon in Game of Thrones, and I thought he absolutely killed that role. I think that's still possibly my favorite role that he's done, but then I kind of knew him from The Mandalorian, and that show, I really like it. Season 1 and 2 has some episodes that go really hard. Both Bill Burr ones are up there as my favorite, but I like the actor, but then we got the whole like what do you call it? The Hollywood treatment, the whole Chalamet being in everything thing. Like they choose a golden person and then put them in everything. I guess Giancarlo Esposito kind of comes to mind. It's like, why is that dude in everything? But fair enough. Someone's hot, they want to get on what's trending, and you're always trying to predict what's going to be hot like 2 years in advance. So it's not an exact science, but I don't hate the dude, but I think we really got inundated with a lot of him. And it doesn't make me look forward to a film when I hear he's in it. But I don't think he's a bad
Okay.
actor.
So he's doesn't have that star that that he's in a movie because he's a movie star, but he actually doesn't have that pull that you go, oh, he's in that? That's good. I'll watch that because he's in it.
Essentially, like, it has nothing to do with his acting. It's really just the oversaturation. I just feel like I've had way too much Pascal in the last few years, but maybe that's just a me
Too
thing.
much success. Charles, what do you think of the guy?
I'm sort of indifferent. I kind of
Mm.
prefer his television series work. I don't know if I think of him as a movie star at all.
Mm-hmm.
But
I
like
don't
Gray
know.
said, his TV work, Mandalorian, doesn't have to show his face neither. Last of Us, I quite enjoyed that. But other than that, I don't know if I think of him as a movie star, but he does appear to be this the latest rendition of Chris Pratt or Timothy Chalamet, just being in everything. I could give or take, to be honest.
I think I might be with you on
Chalamet
that.
looks nice.
Oh, Pedro Pascal's a good-looking guy.
If you're into men in their 70s.
Is he in his 70s?
No.
No, he's not in his 70s now.
Oh.
He's a good-looking guy. Get out
Sorry,
of
You
here.
late
were
50s.
willing for Kathleen, and she's 71.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I think Pedro is
got more
keeping it a
money.
lot tighter than her.
About the implication.
It's about okay. So BMO, what do you think of the guy?
Being serious here for a second, I actually do like Pedro Pascal as an actor for the most part. But he's like Zendaya to me. There's just too many things that Pascal has been in recently. It's like an oversaturation of Pedro Pascal. I don't think he's an action star, and it seems like they're trying to make him one. So I'm not huge on that. I like him in more feely roles.
I think he's just becoming this kind of you know what? Actually, it's like that's Pedro Pascal. Like you don't see the character anymore. You just like it's another movie with Pedro Pascal in. So that's I don't understand.
Action stuff is he in?
Isn't it that? I think it's because of the
right?
Nick.
I meant movies. Sorry.
The Last of Us was another one that's more gritty action
television show.
TV.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not like really.
I can't ignore the TV shows he's been in.
I mean, he
part
had
of his
the action
career.
scene in Drive Away Dolls.
Fair enough.
He was in Buffy, apparently.
He was.
Was he?
Yep.
What?
Buffy.
Yeah.
Wasn't it like
Show?
one episode?
I don't know. It was Buffy.
It was the definitive episode, though.
Check out all the people skrrting in here. Sorry, guys, I don't have the clip. I've only got 12 people on. $55.
I put the call
yeah.
out for people to come and skirt you, so you better skirt them back. What's going on, kitty?
Hey, it's skirt. That's how we got you here. We got you here.
Yeah,
What's
we
the
said
name?
it and it summoned you.
Mm-hmm.
It works.
Okay, so before we go to you, Zach's, because I feel like yours will be the longest. Dorkus, what do you think of the guys at the same sort of vibe?
Yeah, I think he's a good actor. Very good. I'm inclined to maybe agree with the folks saying that he's probably a bit oversaturated lately. I think it's less that so much as I feel like sometimes he's been miscast. Personally, I'm not. I don't think he's right for Mr. Fantastic, but that's
Or Joel.
we'll see what. Or Joel. I think he, and again, speaking to my opinion of him as a very good actor, I think he does, though he did Joel well enough. It was his Joel, certainly. It's just not a Joel that I would have imagined. Anyway, that's the bulk of my opinion.
Who thinks he was a good Joel? Okay. And Foxrew, before we get to Zach's. On Pedro Pascal.
I'm kind of like Charles. I think aligned Charles. I don't really care. He's on screen, and sometimes I like him, sometimes I don't, and I don't think about him when he's not on screen.
Like Zendaya.
No, Zendaya makes her way into my head without
Everything.
Yeah.
She's everywhere.
Okay, so but Bimo thinks he's a bad Joel because he's too emotional for Joel.
Yes.
Cool. But this isn't about his acting. But Zax, tell us what you think. Tell us the truth. How do you feel?
I am not a fan of Pedro Pascal. His acting is fine. Like it's okay. But when he came on my radar was the post that he made. I'm sure you've all seen it during the I think after 2016 election or right before 2020, when he called anyone who votes for Trump akin to the what kind of say in your channel here?
Good question.
Yeah, listen, not the same sort of things as Leon says, please.
Right. Okay.
You can go soft
You
R.
can, you can say you can say Nazi. You can say
Okay.
Nazi.
Okay.
Mm.
Where he compared anyone who votes for Trump to Nazis and to the Confederacy and all of the, specifically evil sides, if that's what you want to call them, of all these conflicts, and that's just who the half the country was. And at that time, for me, I knew nothing about him really, and I'm Canadian, so I can't be racist or a Nazi.
You don't have a dog in the fight.
Right. But I had friends like you guys in the States at this point who were, voted for Trump and were fans of his. And so I just hate that this guy can come out and with this, all of his virtue, use that to attack people that I liked. And so I started looking into his stuff a little bit to see who is this guy really? Is he actually this, poor immigrant who overcame all these obstacles to somehow become famous? And I quickly found out that wasn't really what happened, or that even though that was a story being presented of him, even he never came out and said those things too often. That's absolutely not who he is.
Mm-hmm. And that I suppose, so there the bias is laid bare. You already don't like the guy, so you're like, oh, so he's even worse because he came out here telling us how to live our lives and telling my
Hollywood
friends
actor
how to
got
vote.
political.
Right.
Yeah, and well, the thing is,
No one was surprised.
His background is, they care about politics.
Yes, he's
So-
very super communist, and he's communist
so-
in his family. So, but I do have a. I'm gonna try.
So he loves Canada.
So tell us
too cold for him.
about. Yeah, no, but you see, when in all the sources they talk about the socialist, okay, not the communist. So the point is basically why Zax wanted to do a think on Pedro Pascal and why I thought it was a good idea is because I was very fascinated by this whole phenomenon, this whole about face of what Pedro Pascal is about, and I also came into some seems like disagreement, but we'll see.
Hmm. So this is the post I'm talking about.
What's the? Why do I what the lose in 90? Oh, losers. Oh, okay, they're losers. Okay.
Yeah, and that was around the same time Gina got fired
Mm-hmm.
for saying what she said, which was just a
Oh, okay.
cut and paste of the sign at Auschwitz. So I don't know, like how that happened, and I had to find out because people were saying, well, he can say what he wants, but she can't say what she wants, and because I'm not American, I don't really know how you guys fuck with that stuff. And so I was surprised this was okay and what she said wasn't, and that was a rabbit hole to go down. And looking into him as a person and his history, it was shocking to see how far away he actually is from this poor immigrant making it on his own, barely at 41 becoming famous. And he's this he's the immigrant story, even though he's not at all that story.
Mm-hmm. Right. And why is that? Tell us. Reveal it to the panel, because the panel, you can see, is confused.
Okay.
Enlighten us.
Okay. I knew nothing about Chile at all at the time.
Charles
the
is
country.
confused.
Yeah.
No, Charles is just like, no, I'm just trying to help Zach.
When you say, as you can see the panel, I'm the only person other than you that they can see.
That's true.
I count, sir.
Foxrew also
Oh, yeah,
has
and
a
the jar.
face.
The
Does
jar's-
my jar lid not move?
He
And
hops.
so-
He hops up and down when he gets nervous. Yeah.
I am not
So yes, not a fan.
No. Would you mind sharing this?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the people who controlled Chile and up until I think 1974, when Pinochet came in and other ideas, they were the Castilian Basque aristocracy. They were specific colonizers from Spain, from the regions of Spain, who came over, and they were sort of given control and governorship over Chile. And so when you say people are from Chile and he says he's Chilean, like I'm Canadian, you can be a citizen, but like, what does that mean?
Mm-hmm.
Ethnically, he's a Spaniard. He is, I think they say I found one site that said he's 1/16th Chilean, but I have that same thing too. And so like they ruled Chile for hundreds of years. They lived in their own section of Santiago that was walled off just for them. They didn't mix with the rabble of the actual people from Chile. And what they did was they absorbed the resources, got them back to Spain, got wealthy off of it, and were in charge of it for years, to the point where he was relatives of multiple presidents. They kind of passed it around in terms of their social levels, so it didn't escape this Basque aristocracy. And then I believe it was 1912, they were forced to get rid of them to the point where they couldn't be called nobility anymore. So they just changed that name and they said, we won't call ourselves that, but everything stayed the same. And he was a part of that class. His family was a part of that class. His grandparent, his grandpa on his father's side, was a super big timber baron. So he owned multiple forests and timber sites in Chile. And so I found a document that I translated, which does say he's using local labor basically to get the natural resources out as quickly as possible, make money, which he did, super successful, to the point that helped both his side and on his wife's side. This is Pedro's father. They were also her father was Allende. That's her side, and on her side, he was the president at the time that Pinochet came in, and when Pinochet took over, his family had to flee because, well, they are the people that had been running it. So they didn't flee just a standard quote unquote oppression. They fled because, well, they'd run the country for hundreds of years, and the people that didn't like the way they ran it. And so in that case, so he had to, when they did flee, they went to Denmark, which most rabble, quote unquote, refugees, asylum seekers don't get to go to Denmark and get citizenship there. They generally probably go north. And this is not a family that snuck across the border at midnight. They stayed in Denmark until they got Denmark citizenship, and then they got American citizenship. They went over there. So he grew up a millionaire, which doesn't really matter, except for the image that people put on him as being this poor immigrant overcoming all these obstacles, which he didn't have. He lived in Orange County. His dad's a millionaire. He lived
in Orange County.
Yeah, Orange County. He had a special he went to a special school for the arts. If you look at stuff as a kid, so I'll find something of him when he's a bit younger. And
you okay? You okay, Zax?
I'm good. My voice is a bit cracky, but he changed his look and changed his name over the years. He tried to be as American looking as possible. Then he realized that was not the best thing for him, and he talks about it. He tried to get typecast as a Mexican because he thought that at least he could get roles, because he was too Caucasian,
white. Yeah.
I can find it. There's so much stuff on here.
So the first problem you have with him is his lineage.
No, I think it's interesting though. I'm not.
Okay.
I don't. You can't get somebody for the limit.
No, exactly. I was going to say that because it's very interesting, and it's stuff you were like, wow, I didn't know that. Did any of you guys know that he was related basically to royalty and presidency?
Nope. Had no idea.
So that doesn't change it too much for me.
Nope.
But
Blaine's his political views.
Can I do? Yes, it does. It does. But can I ask you, what do you guys think the narrative? What comes to mind when you think of Pedro Pascal? What do you know anything about his biography?
I don't. I've just seen him in movies, and I've seen some interviews with him where he has talked about being a socialist and thinking it's the best thing ever. That's it. I don't know his background. I didn't know his background until now.
Okay, so you weren't under the impression.
Don't pay attention to those things.
Okay, so you weren't under the impression that he's this poor actor that worked really hard and then became the American dream. So you don't have that narrative.
I never assumed that of any Hollywood actor at this point.
Okay. Anyone on the panel have that narrative though?
No.
Okay, so I think
I should
nobody
have been
really
paying
cared
attention.
enough.
Uh,
I guess.
So,
So we have some people to Zax, you're gonna infect these people because they
Mhm.
don't have an idea.
Right.
It's
And
not
I don't.
means of
You
socialism.
can't control. You can't control how you grow up
Mm-hmm.
for
Yeah.
the most part.
I wish I could.
Wasn't he part of that awful Imagine music video? Okay, well, look,
He
in
was.
terms of his
Yeah.
persona,
Who wasn't?
he is the lefty Hollywood. Like that I can definitely
You
get
mean
on board
Hollywood.
with not liking.
That's
yeah,
Hollywood.
exactly. Yeah, so it doesn't that doesn't surprise me, but it was interesting that this sort of stuff is not, but not really known. But who even? Oh, who's this?
That's him.
He
He's
looks
so
very different.
Caucasian.
Yeah, he is.
I like the haircut.
That's why he always keeps the mustache.
Okay.
That's the most Caucasian looking guy growing up as a millionaire in California in Orange County. His dad was a very famous and now infamous fertility doctor, and his mother was a child psychologist. So they did very well for themselves, and they came into the country with quite a bit of money from his family, and they never struggled, period, until his dad did some stuff. So this is him. Like, he's a normal, like, California 90210 level kid. He's not eating out of garbage cans and missing his mom, and you don't see any video of him crying at the border, unless it's for somebody else. So this is what his life was actually like, which is okay. But I've talked to people too who for them he's the symbol of Latinos getting ahead, and he's not even really Latino. Like,
But was he championing that, or was people interpreting that?
that's what the media that's the media narrative about him.
He was propped up by the media as this.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh,
And when he's
interesting.
interviewed, he doesn't counter it. But he doesn't dig his hole. And so he also doesn't come out and say and talk about his real history. Like, he was pretty lucky, more fortunate than most. But he lets them kind of tell the story of the downtrodden. And that's the story they want to tell. I'm not saying that's his story.
Yeah, I've actually got because what I was doing when I went through all of the things that you sent to me, I was like, okay, well, I put a question mark. Where's the evidence for this narrative? Like, because I can see that happening. We've got like, Ortega and all of them. They all try and very much lean on their
Right.
exoticness. But
Well,
then I
would
did
any of
read.
us be opposed to that though? Like,
Yeah, it's
so he's
marketing.
been acting actively since like '96. Like, I know he was in Undressed, the like super gay MTV show from back in the day, and then like Buffy and Touched by an Angel and NYPD Blue, like back in the beginning. But he wasn't getting much traction. Like, I don't know, if you've been going at it for like 20 years, I think I'd lean into whatever niche they're trying to shove me into.
And he says that too.
Yeah, and I mean, okay, Foxrew's going to bed.
Oh.
Anything to plug before you leave? Yeah, he's been up a long time.
Yeah. No, it's been fun. See you next week.
Okay.
As in really little pug. Working on things, but yeah, I mean, we'll see. It'll happen when it happens. I don't want to promise anything.
I know that feel, bro.
Yeah. All right. Good night. Thanks, guys.
Good night. Right. So this is an article. This is basically this kind of story that they will tell about him, which is Pedro Pascal, 42, was born in Santiago, Chile, but soon after his birth, his parents were forced to seek political asylum for their opposition to dictator Augusto Pinochet. My mother's cousin was very primary in the opposition against the military regime. There was a huge degree of separation between him and my parents. Still, helping some people hard got them into hot water. This is as much as he says. Eventually, they got to the Venezuelan embassy and claimed asylum. We were sent to Denmark and then the US. My sister and I were born in Chile and raised in the States, and my little brothers were born in the States and raised in Chile after my parents moved back in 1995. Okay, this is very important for later on.
It is. Yeah.
Okay. But this is how he's written about his story. His roots run deep. I've gone back my whole life, says Pascal, of visiting his home country, where his father is a doctor.
Yeah.
One, if you know, you know. One
You know.
brother is in medical school and another is an actor. Okay, so this might have been before his brother transitioned.
Yeah, must have been.
Or I don't know how many brothers he's got. Everything is very normal in their lives. I feel a profound sense of gratitude and luck for that, and an incredible mourning for such an unjust and horrifying chapter that is still not given its due and just recognition. So he's talking about the history of Chile. I've been auditioning since I was 20. So here's a bit of what Charles is what Gray is saying. I just love Charles's name. We've established this. I've been auditioning since I was 20, working as a waiter, getting theater gigs. So this is him saying it. Getting theater gigs, doing the Law and Orders, says Pascal, who studied acting at NYU, but found fame only after his 2014 stint in Game of Thrones. He's now appearing in his third season as DEA agent on Narcos and is starring in Kingsman. My family can't believe it. My dad is so impressed. He loves the movies and would take us 2-3 times a week. So this fantasy of mine of becoming an actor, I can blame my father for that. He's so amazed and I'm so happy. So yeah.
Thanks,
okay. I think we have to get the most damning thing is not his ancestry to me. Or the fact that he went to Denmark and then went to America. I think that a lot of people have that. But do you want to do the reveal of what the father is? Maybe I've hyped it up too much.
Oh no, I don't think so. So I've got this here. This is a decent.
Yeah, that's a great way to reveal it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so this book, Stealing Dreams, a fertility clinic scandal, is about Pedro Pascal's father and his two other partners working at UC Irvine. They had their own fertility clinic there. He was a innovator in IVF and fertility techniques, and it's called Stealing Dreams because they were caught using other women's eggs, other people's sperm, and other people's embryos to implant into their clients and their patients without their knowledge. And there's at least 15 babies that were born through that process who do not belong to the families who gave birth to them. And this was done also as part of a tax fraud scheme, because the goal was to have as many successful procedures as you could, and then that affected them, how they could pay themselves through the insurance companies, but then not pay taxes on it. And this was became a huge scandal. There was a book written about it. LA Times covered it very closely, and it followed his dad and these two other individuals. And when the heat got really hot for him, do you have the LA Times?
The LA Times was like giving me prescription subscription things. Yeah. Okay. Do you have it open? Because you've got the link. I've got the link. It'll say time out. It gives you 5 seconds to look at the title, and then you're like, and then fuckers. But basically, just saying more about the Stealing Dreams thing is, there were 3 doctors. They had this clinic in California, and were attached to the university, so it was all like big stuff. And they stole females' eggs, people's eggs. So you obviously, when you're doing IVF, you harvest eggs and things like that. But they basically just tucked some extras away and used them in other procedures. And the reason Zach's brings up that success rate is because with IVF, your eggs, your embryos are, like you're trying to get it to work. It's a big chance. You're just trying really hard, but then they go and use other eggs without telling you, without consent, because it might be more successful.
Right.
So they put that in. They put someone else's genetic material in you without telling you. You birth a whole child that without knowing. I think it's
a smarter, more attractive baby, though.
She's like, oh, this is better stock. I like this. So that's, I mean, that's like some true crime shit.
It is.
And that's what blew my mind about this. Because it's like, that's true crime shit. But I guess, what are you gonna
But
medical rape, says David.
if you're gonna, it's bad. It's bad. But
Mm.
if you're gonna judge me on the worst things
No.
my parents did, I'm in deep shit.
Exactly.
How does this
That's-
relate to Pedro?
Exactly.
Oh,
That's why
what'd your parents do?
I clickbaited. I
You don't want to
clickbaited
know what
with
my parents did.
with the title, guys, because nobody knows about the guy. Nobody knows whatever his surname is. They know Pedro Pascal. So you attach the name and then you talk about it. So that's most of my stuff here, Zax, is about the father. And and I don't take immediately. I don't take this that, oh no, Pedro is now hold some sort of blame. I understand that he's in show business. He's got to clean that shit out. Like, wouldn't you? If you had that sort of shit hanging over your head, you would keep it, or would you come out with it and talk shit about your dad?
I wouldn't. I would say no comment.
Okay.
I'd say maybe I
Mhm.
love my dad, but I can't comment on what happened there. I was
Mm-hmm.
I was young. I had no idea
Mhm.
what was going on.
So Zax, do you is this like a true crime sort of fascination that you have, which is what I had with the thing, or does it just make you go like, yeah, fuck you, Pedro Pascal?
No, because the way he talks. So here's the thing that I eventually came to with all this, and I got sucked into all of it mostly because I had never heard of any of it, and it's like, well, wow, this is like actually.
But you looked into it. You looked for dirt on him.
I did. I don't like him. But
Like, this guy's shady.
he's so communism's the way. Yeah, dude. Okay.
So
you
here we
didn't
go.
use communism in the real way to get ahead. So that I shared the LA Times art. So they did an article on him. You see the Orange County Register did a Pulitzer winning look into all of this. And so facing lawsuits, criminal probe with his activities. His father wasn't just charged. He fled to Chile.
He's a fugitive.
Yeah. He took off. He and his wife were separated at the time, legally separated in the U.S. However, for whatever reason, she went with him to Chile, and so did two of his other kids. So they flee back to Chile to avoid dealing with these charges and all the fines and the money he owed back, which was like $3 million, something to that effect. And he's then welcomed back to Chile as this like conquering hero of this great doctor with this great success rate. And he was given the world when he got back there because
He's still practicing.
He's still practicing because Pinochet had been gone at that point. His family was famous there. There's like lakes and regions named after them. Like they're very well known and connected in Chile. So he goes back to Chile, starts his practice again. His wife and him really didn't get along. Even Pedro does talk about that, but she went with him, and they were separated. But divorce was illegal in Chile until 2004 because they're very Catholic. And so they couldn't get divorced there. Then she, under weird circumstances, I only found one thing that actually talks about the cause of death, but then she committed suicide when they got back.
1999, I
The
think.
ultimate divorce.
Spicy chili.
Spicy chili. I found one thing that said she hanged herself, but everyone else is super vague. And so it was at this point, and her surname was originally Pascal. And so he went from being Peter Balmaceda. He tried to become Alex Pascal to take his mom's name. Didn't work out because he'd already had his name and things. So he went back to Pedro Pascal. So that's where the name came from. To honor his mom is what he said. So his dad was later captured on the run because he still kept traveling to these conferences. Even though there's a warrant, he's a wanted man. He's a fugitive. And he got arrested in Argentina and he escaped. And they get arrested in Mexico.
Okay, escaped. Okay, wait.
Escaped.
He escaped.
Yes.
He
walked away from custody.
Walked away.
No, he was out on bail, and then he didn't he didn't, like, you're a fugitive, guy. How are you letting people go out on bail? But he had bond or whatever. He didn't show up for his court date for extradition because he was in Argentina. And then he just fled back to Chile. So they had him, but then they didn't. So they arrested him and they lost him again.
And they arrested him in Mexico too. And
in Mexico. I don't have records for that.
What years was the Argentina one?
The Argentina
Was that 2010?
is no, I don't. That's in the 1990s.
Yeah, I'll get it then.
I have no mention of a Mexican one. Oh, you know what? It might be that another doctor, because I've got some other things of the different doctors, because there were 3 doctors that did this whole scandal, and they only got one initially. Then his father, Pedro Pascal's dad, yeeted off to Chile. Another guy went to New Mexico, and the one guy stayed in America and got taken in for the crime.
So he was arrested in Mexico in 2010. This is that. I've got it up here.
Is it him?
Huh?
Have extradition paperwork. Is it for him? It is Jose Balamacha. How do you say it? Yeah.
Balmaceda.
No. So it's. Oh yes. It was Ash who was. That's exactly it. It was Ash. It was the second doctor.
Yes.
Yeah, that was confusing me too.
Okay, it's the second doctor. It was arrested here. Not him.
Yeah, I see that. My bad.
Woo! True crime. Let's go, boys.
But even that 2010, nobody knows who Pedro Pascal
is. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So that's the timeline. But then he was indicted in 1996. So
That's
this
earlier.
clinic was So this clinic was closed in 1995. Okay. Then he was in some doctors were he was indicted, and then he ran away in 1996. We just read an article that was just like, when my family went back to Chile in 1995.
Yeah.
Obviously, I don't blame him for saying that.
Yeah.
I don't blame him that. Like, come on, why must I get into that? And also, especially because my mom is also part of that. So I don't blame him for it, but it is funny to know. Then 2001, he was arrested in Argentina. Okay. But then he fled, went back to Chile. So the whole time that Pedro Pascal is trying to be an actor over here in America, his father's a freaking fugitive.
Yeah.
And now what I find is very funny is that Pedro Pascal has this daddy vibe. He's got he's this father figure on the internet.
He's the father and the daddy.
He's but he's the father of the internet. What's the super sticker? Is it offensive?
It's a behind the scenes. It's a behind the scenes clacker, I believe it's called.
Oh,
there you go. Marker.
Thank you, Jake.
Oh, a slate.
A slate.
There you go. Thanks, box office guy. You know your stuff.
That's funny though. Sins of the father though, like that is one of those things that it's obviously sins of the father should never get like passed on to the son. But then there's always like that will follow you because people cannot stop talking about drama.
I can't.
Even
hello.
if you haven't talked to your family for like 20 years.
Yeah.
It's gonna be but your family that you haven't talked to for 20 years are all criminals or have done these things.
All criminals,
all criminals, because one of them is a criminal. Like it's just.
But I mean,
it's addictive.
This thing that if you bring up that book or whatever, in that book, okay, they paid because of this whole investigation. The University of California, I think, or that institute that they were working for, these doctors, they paid over 20 million in settlements to 134 patients. And it's just, for me, the most interesting thing is that this guy's father, it has nothing really to do with Pedro Pascal. It's that his dad is did something so heinous, and then he goes to Chile, and he's absolutely fine. Like they're okay with it over there. He's
Yeah.
kind of like some conquering hero that he went to America, made money, and then came back. But
I mean, for some
he was
time,
a proper.
he had to walk at a brisk pace to Mexico or something. You know, it eventually caught up with him.
Hmm. So guess what? Did it catch up with him, Zach? What was your results for that?
Did it catch up with who, the father or Pedro?
Oh, it hasn't. Obviously, it hasn't caught up with Pedro.
No. The father eventually, I think it was 2022. This is the book here again. He came to an agreement with the U.S. government to come back and pay some back taxes, and the other charges had since gone away. I don't know what I don't know why that happened. I don't know why they dropped the other charges. Maybe just because that way he would come back and get something, because they obviously couldn't catch him. But I'd be guessing at why that happened that way. I don't know if there's a statute of limitations involved. Don't know. But he came back, agreed to pay a fine. Now, hey,
750,000.
Yeah, now America's open to him. And I think it was like 24 million or whatever in fines and stuff that they paid. And so the thing is where this does tie to Pedro is if you take a look into some of his stuff that he said, is how making it at 41 was a big article that was about him in the New York Times when he first got booked for Game of Thrones, and now he was doing well. And
that's another one that was paywalled. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I will. I'll do my best to get that one up for you too. But
I had to use Grok to get through the paywalls.
Oh, did you?
So I only have summaries and links that I go to. Grok is the Twitter AI.
Yeah.
Efficient.
I'll get it.
So
just use Brave and.
So what I do want to ask while we wait for that is, what do you think drove this guy to do this fertility stuff? Was he like? Is it just greed? Is it just pure greed? I'm very happy for us to speculate. We're not scientists. Yeah, we're actually being like tabloids people right now.
Did you see the documentary on, I think it was Netflix, about the doctor that was a surgeon and he fell in love with some NBC chick fell in love with him and he was doing a whole bunch of phony shit. I think out of Sweden. What was that called?
Was it Sweden? No, there was the other one that's like Our Father. I think it was called Our Father.
That's the fertility scandal thing, but I think Charles was talking about something else.
Okay, different one. Okay, then because I was
it
thinking
wasn't
of
fertility. Like he created this thing that was like an implant for people who had throat surgery, but it was all bullshit. And he was responsible for spoiler for like 5 people dying. Yeah.
Oh.
So it's absolute all out bullshit. Like at least people got children out of this.
On top of being a bullshit doctor, he was a bullshit lover. He actually had a wife and kids, and like they tell you this woman's story that was dating him for a while, and it just everything he did was bullshit. I forgot what the hell it was called.
That blows my mind. That kind of thing blows my mind. But I guess maybe that's worse.
That might be it. Jake might be right.
Doctor?
He had like an Italian name. That's very
Dr. Macaroni?
Dr. Macchiariani. Dr. Mac.
I think he was Italian and he got in trouble in Sweden. Love under the knife.
A thoracic surgeon and former regenerative medicine researcher became known for research fraud and manipulative behavior. Yeah.
Yep. That's it. Money makes people do some twisted shit. And
it's they're the main character in their head. They think it's fun. It's all.
Don't we all?
It's all it's all allowed. It's actually have it.
Yeah, got it going. So in this, he talks a lot about how he managed to still hang out in New York, doing like small stage plays
with his friend.
Yeah, with his friend Sarah Paulson. I'm sure that doesn't hurt, but until his 40s, that's a long time from 24. Because he was put up he was sent to NYU by his dad, put up there, and then hung out in New York doing like small day jobs, small character jobs until 41. and that's not like a life.
45-year-old man.
You're right. Pray for his family. That's the key thing, right? They're very Catholic too, so they
Inside
appreciate
joke.
that.
Inside
Pray for Zax's family.
Very inside joke. So he talks about his adolescence was upended. Well, he got a Volvo when he turned 16. Had a boy.
Nice.
Okay,
That's
so he tells you
based.
that. Can't you give him props for that? That
I
he
do.
says he got a
I do.
Volvo.
100%. Yeah.
Okay.
But when he talks about he means you're getting paid, but not much. So he was barely getting by in New York, money wise, or that's kind of how it's put across. But then,
And his friend was giving him money day to day to feed him. That girl, that woman. Yeah.
Sarah Paulson, yeah.
Mhm.
And so this
It's
talks
an
a bit
awesome
about
actress.
that too. Great, yeah, great. So I've heard this number can be as high as 20 jobs that he was fired from, and there's others that he quit. So he was a waiter. I would say I was not a good waiter, but so many reasons. If I liked you, I liked you. If I didn't, I didn't. And that didn't necessarily go with having a bunch of customers. I was fired often, upwards of maybe close to 10 times. And so a lot of people living in New York trying to make it in showbiz can't really afford to get fired from jobs repeatedly like that. And with the idea that, well, I didn't like them, so as a waiter, I'm just going to treat them like shit and get fired. That's very strange to have that be his story. You hear about actors busting their ass, working 8 jobs, trying to get the chance until they have their big moment. Doing small theater stuff is probably not going to cut it. And so he's always come out and said his father did nothing wrong. Like whatever.
Okay, wait. When has he said that? So when people confronted him with his father and said, "Whoa, that's so," because that's what I would do. I'd be like, "Dude, I'm so sorry." Like I don't blame him about it, but and I suppose tabloidy people would have come out with that.
Yeah, I'll bring it up.
Whoa, your dad is a piece of shit. Exactly, Bimo.
Allegedly
a piece
I'm
of
so
shit.
sorry, Bimo. Are
He
you
paid his fine.
He paid it. Now I suppose that's the outcome is that he paid for his sins apparently.
Yeah, and
But
guess inflation
let me
works
look
in
at
the opposite direction.
some of these stats for this story. Okay. Now some people said that some sources were telling me that he fled with his parents when he was 20-ish, but I think that was when he was all by himself in New York.
They sent him to New York when they fled.
But he would go. He could come and go between there and Chile, though.
I mean, he
went
didn't
there.
commit the crime.
No, he did. Yeah. So just going back to wow, your dad's a piece of shit. Okay. So
I mean, true.
they
But
took
it's
eggs
offensive.
without consent, or they took the biological material without consent. Now, guys, don't leave your sperm
Biological
lying
material.
around. Don't leave your sperm lying
Don't
around.
do it.
I'll tell you. Okay. And then they implanted, they were basically stolen eggs, which that makes me go, egg harvesting is very painful. So
Did you leave your name on the eggs?
is
I
it
don't
yours?
think so.
Found eggs. Thank you very much.
So then there were children that were born, I think it was about 15 or something, 15 children born to unintended mothers.
See, now, if all the children looked like Pedro's father, that would be a bit more
that
That would
scandalous.
fit.
But that would be more scandalous. That would be more disturbing,
Oh,
actually.
sure.
That's why that other guy got a documentary and Pedro Pascal's dad didn't get anything. Or there's 3 other doctors that could have been mentioned without 2 other doctors without talking about the dad. So I love the way they said reproductive materials were stolen, and they also used embryos in research, which is a bit scary. That was found. So, and this was because of a whistleblower that this was told. Over 100 potential victims, 35 cases of confirmed egg or embryo theft, and then of course the insurance fraud.
Yeah.
Which I was like, okay, is it that they got people's procedures covered by insurance when it isn't? that's a good thing. That's a noble thing.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay. So in some of those cases, what I've been able to find is some of them were never done. There was
Yeah,
no procedure.
they charged.
Yes.
They got the money and they never did the procedures.
Right.
That's because when I initially looked at the initial summary, I was like, "Oh, that's cool. Maybe they were trying to, be like a Mangione and give shit to the medical." No, no.
Okay, so this is a part here. This comes up in a lot of interviews, but this is the one I had handy. His father and mother and your 2 youngest brothers went to Chile. One of them came back a girl. Many people said Dr. Belma said, if we fled the country, Mr. Pascal contends his father did nothing wrong. And soon afterwards, his mother died, which is not really the whole story. And it's odd to me to think that his dad did nothing wrong. Don't look at it any further. Nothing to see here. And so my contention would be the most obvious way he lived in New York doing plays for 18 years, 17 years is daddy.
Sending money back.
So
that's
daddy,
your,
it's him and his sister eventually moved there too once he became a sister. And so she didn't work at all. He could quit whatever job he wanted. And that's not what you'd expect unless there is other money coming in, which is his dad. That's my contention. I don't have proof of that. Yeah. But I do believe that that's the thing that makes the most sense, unless he struck gold somewhere that we don't know about, or maybe an oil well under his apartment. I don't know how you come out with that money doing what he was doing and glibly quitting jobs, being fired. It's just odd to me unless you have a backup system. And his dad was already practicing again, had stolen money from the US. And so, he had a line to money. Why not help your son? I would do it if I was his dad.
Well, yeah, I suppose that's another question that I wanted to ask, because I know this is all just we're just telling you guys a story, but I want to ask what the panel would do in this situation if you Pedro Pascal. You do take your mom's name and you do, but he didn't seem to very much disown his father. Yeah, what would comment panelists? What would you do in this situation?
As
do we know that his father wasn't spending that time working to get the 24 million to pay restitution to make up to atone for his sins, so to speak? I don't know. Do you have to automatically condemn a criminal part of your family? I don't know. My parents have done some unsavory things. I don't necessarily condone everything that they've chosen to do.
Stop.
But...
Wait, hold on, Gray. What was that you said? Your parents did nothing wrong?
That's exactly what I said.
Because that's what you're saying.
More words.
What you said is good words. And you're taking a response. You're saying, yeah, my parents, blah, blah, blah. Not him. His dad's a fucking saint.
Well, when was that article from?
Science.
There's a lot of them that go over that, but this one is from 2017.
Yeah, so if Gray were being interviewed by the New York Times while still trying to make it somewhere, he perhaps would answer that question a little bit differently. I know I would.
Well, and
if I felt it helped me getting further in a business.
Without getting into the details, my dad's been sued before. I took his side of the story and I kind of believed it, but I didn't go interview the person suing him and be like, no, it's right, he is a piece of shit. I kind of believed him that no, I think this person is greedy and they're kind of money hungry, but maybe I'm wrong.
Fugitive from the US and he arrested in Argentina where he didn't show up for trial and went back to Chile. Is that your dad?
Well, Chile is beautiful. Do we know that he didn't just long to be in Chile? Yeah, I don't know. I'd like to think that I wouldn't have blinders towards my family, but I'm not sure that I didn't in the past. So I don't know.
Maybe if it was severe enough, Gray? If it was a severe enough crime, would that make a difference?
I think so. If there was a conviction, even in absentia, I think I would look at him differently. This ended up getting dropped before it ever went to court or anything like that. It's really not analogous, but I was willing to just listen to my dad's side of the story. I never even heard any sort of
There he is.
testimony or even the allegations from
Yeah.
the other person. So I don't know. I would like to think I'd be better than that, but I'm not sure. I think I was around the same age. I was like in my late teens, if not early 20s, when that happened. I don't know. I'm not sure. I would like to think I'd be better than him, but I'm not sure that I was.
Good answer.
mean, It's not to the same
Remove
degree.
the space. Sorry,
Yeah,
we got
remove the space.
Sorry, they said, look.
We have another one. Yeah. He's a this guy is a constant now.
He's a
Friend
a
of the
fan.
show.
Yeah, friend of the show, Stream Boo. Sorry to interrupt.
But I can actually relate to having like bad criminality happening in the family, and it's one of those things. Yeah, you can disavow all you want, but ultimately, like I don't support the actions of my family, but I am on my family's side because they're my family. It just kind of makes sense to me intuitively.
Okay, but what about like say, okay, I watched the what is her name? Gabby Petito thing, documentary over the weekend, and that basically it was pretty clear that the parents were helping their son hide from the police and hide the murder that he had committed.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
I don't know if I would do that.
If I was in that situation, I don't know what I'd do. Honestly,
Yeah, hopefully we don't need to
I
get
could
too
say I'd
far
be an
down.
arbiter of justice, but also they're going to take my son away. It's like something that probably would be in my mind.
Mm.
So I don't know. I don't have kids. Thankfully, I don't have to worry about that.
Yet. But hey, if somebody steals your biological material.
Actually, it's really funny that you bring that up because there was a lawsuit that happened due to it was a certain rapper that he went and he had a date with a girl and he put Tabasco sauce in the condom after he finished. And she got burns from it because she tried to, make use of it afterwards. And that was a lawsuit. I don't know why it came. It just don't leave your biological material
It's very
around.
relevant. I don't know what came. Don't leave your sperm lying around.
Yeah, don't leave your sperm lying around.
I can't
Clean
help
that
but
up.
not.
Disgusting.
And then also that I suppose it
Use the
degrades.
UV light.
So it's not a good idea. People always trying to steal my gene seed.
Yeah.
Oh well, he did do some tax evasion, and bill for unperformed procedures. So that is a bit
Who
scary.
amongst us hasn't dabbled in tax fraud?
Mhm.
I don't know. Isn't that making him more of a patriot to not pay?
More of a Pedro.
Pedro. So what's this picture from? This is
This is a more recent.
obviously
him and
in
his dad.
context with them going like this. That's actually quite a.
Mhm.
That's a joke.
Them declaring their silence.
Or Hitler.
Oh.
Or
Alright.
picking their
This is a
noses.
mustache.
Could be either. But that's him and his dad. And so I just think it's odd that he would go out and he's like uber male feminist, right? Like he's Justin Baldoni level. And you'd think that he'd be more concerned about having his dad ruin these women's lives by stealing their eggs and embryos and or implanting them with someone else's. And I mean, he says his dad didn't do anything wrong. I don't know how you say that. You don't have to put, and so that's the thing. I think that's the difference is you don't have to indict your father and say, I hate him and he did horrible things. I don't think that that's what's required, but just to act like he didn't do anything wrong and to say that and to have that be your public facing voice. It's like, or you can say, I love my father no matter what he did. I wasn't aware of it. We don't talk about it. It's not my business. All those things he could do, but he's come out very often and said, no, his father's like innocent, but most innocent people don't like escape to Chile and then live there and then get arrested, then run again. and they don't come back until the statute of limitations may be up on some of those criminal charges. So that's
It's
and
definitely
also
suspicious.
and his dad could afford to do these things because he had all this money. He made a ton of money in Chile too, and they built him a clinic there. Because they don't care, I guess, whose kids are whose. I'm not sure. Never been there. But yeah,
They
it's
thought, yeah, it's just like, oh,
sketchy.
well, you know what, you were in America, and whatever you did in America doesn't matter. It's just okay.
Well,
But
to
that's
play
on
devil's
Chile.
advocate, maybe he felt bad, but was earning the money to pay the restitution. I mean, he paid the 24 million.
Oh,
Yeah, maybe. But
do you
Is that
think
what?
Pedro paid for his fathers with that Game of Thrones money?
Maybe.
No, you don't understand. Everything that happened in America happened in Vegas. And what
Okay.
happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
So
What happens? What happens? Like, what do you pay restitution for then? Something you didn't do?
Having a good time in Vegas.
Had nothing to do with?
oh, but you did.
Oops, sorry about the wrong baby.
Yeah. You probably so that would tell me, hey, you did something wrong. But
yeah.
no, nothing.
But now the philosophical underpinnings here. So I've asked you, who else has commented? Okay, so Bimo is also saying, yeah, I don't know, I would probably land up defending my family.
Maybe
Zach-
disavow the actions, but like
Yeah.
I would still I love my father. I'm not going to abandon him because of these actions.
So I suppose
100%.
it's so Zach. So you also, if you were him, what would you have said with this particular situation? What would you have done? What would make you respect him?
I would have said that I still love my father. He's done some things that are concerning to me, but I don't know all the details, and I'll always love him no matter what. But because of this, my family's been splintered, and it has been hard for everyone. And I'm sure if he did something, he regrets it.
Okay.
You could pretend not to know the extent of it, right? You could say,
Mhm.
I don't know exactly what happened or exactly what my dad did, but
He wasn't involved.
I know this did happen. So, and
Mhm.
it's not good. But say he did nothing wrong, that's rough, man.
Okay. Yeah, I guess he could also go into this like he could actually use that as a
Yeah.
what does Walter say? Yeah. So he can never show public affection for his father ever again, is what we're saying. I get this is an image he
Who says
posted, but
that?
how different is it really if someone snapped a shot of him with his dad? Yeah, that is it. It's just I think he's allowed to love his dad, but I guess I understand with him saying he did nothing wrong. But also the question comes to mind, which does he owe us anything? Like
No.
because he's a celebrity, we kind of, you owe me an explanation. But consider
I mean,
that the reason Zach's even came into contact with Pedro Pascal as a concept was because he was criticizing people from a high horse, I suppose.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah, that's where my I think interest in Pedro Pascal is directed more toward the things that Pedro has said that have been, attacking half the country more so than his opinions on his father.
Well, I mean, no,
I
but he said-
understand why it would be bothersome. The father stuff would be bothersome for a lot of people, especially insofar as it serves to suggest that Pedro Pascal is a hypocrite. But it's more the things like the Nazi comparisons that bother me personally.
so good point. So when we were saying, does he owe us anything? Were we talking about Pedro or his father? Because I guess the
Pedro.
father did owe us something, the
Yeah.
U.S. or whatever, but he's paid his
Mhm.
restitution.
Mm-hmm. No. I'm talking about Pedro. Like, why do we feel he needs to give us some sort of explanation? And I'm not saying that means that he doesn't. I'm just saying it's quite interesting how we feel that way. Like, when celebrities have some sort of scandal in their lives, you kind of want an explanation. The example of this is one of the Springboks, the captain of the rugby team, the South African rugby team. He's going through a divorce, and everybody acted like it was the end of the world because they were the star couple, and And we need to know why, because he's a good guy. Sio Khaleesi is the good guy. So why is he getting divorced? This is not compatible with his public image. This is not
She's
working.
looking for a bad boy.
Yeah, she's looking for. Yeah.
I mean, so I understand what Walter's saying, but I don't think that was what any of us were getting at.
No.
Zach's kind of made his point that no, it's the fact that Pedro Pascal said he did nothing wrong. I think if he was just going to say like, that's my dad's business, I don't want to talk about it, or that's off limits or something, like none of us would have questions. But saying he did nothing wrong when clearly he had to pay $24 million, it doesn't sound like it was nothing. It sounds like there were many people wronged, and it sounds like he was convicted, at least in absentia, so that he had to actually pay this restitution. So I don't know. I think it's, if the dude getting a divorce says no comment, this is a personal issue, I'd prefer some privacy. Nobody would say anything. But if he's like, I did nothing wrong, I think then people could kind of look into allegations of, well, she's saying you abused or whatever the hell it is. I think it's just that answer of saying there was nothing wrong unequivocally. That kind of makes it more people want to dig.
But that's not a quote. But I mean, when an article does say Mr. Pascal says that his father didn't do anything wrong, I would like to hear the exact phrasing as well. I don't know.
Plus, it's an article from 2017.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose.
I mean, was he a deal back then? Though?
This was his breakout article.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a different time.
He's already done Game of Thrones, and he's already done Narcos at this point.
Yeah, it could have been something of a puff piece where he didn't want to, like, on the way up, not to talk about something pretty heavy like that. I mean, I get it. I get both sides of why you would or wouldn't want to talk about it.
I think if he spoke about it, we would probably find a reason to be like, oh, look at him, he's trying to look for sympathy, something like that. You could take, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you don't like him, you don't like him.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really matter what he does with this information. I think as much as you don't like him and you think he's an arsehole, you don't paint him with the same brush as his father.
No, not at all. No.
Yeah, because
that's what I cared about him as an actor.
I think that if his father had come out and called half the country Nazis, and
I'm not a fan of that.
Losers, then I would say, well, yeah, then I want to look into what is who's the person saying this, that they believe they can label everyone like this.
A little bit of hyperbole, though. Like, he didn't say half of the country is. So while you could support MAGA, I mean, it does take a certain type to rock those hats. I don't know that is like the sign of like successful people.
What do you think he meant by that?
Well, it seems like it's slogans or insignia that signify you're part of this group, which seem to be the thing, like either the Southern Cross, the actual swastika, or the MAGA hat.
What's the
I got a feeling what he means off of that. Well, it's a part of an identification of a group.
Right.
But I think there's a lot of people who voted for him who wouldn't be caught dead in one of those hats. So I don't know. Like, I'm not sure that he's condemning everybody who supports Trump or anything like that. The 50%.
Think you're being overly generous with that evaluation?
I think so, probably. But that's what I'm trying to do. I would like to interpret anything the most charitable way that I could.
Was that image after the election in 2020?
Yes.
Like, after it was decided.
I mean, so he did lose an election then in that time, I guess. So
he did.
I don't know.
To kind of fight it.
I want to be as charitable as I can be.
He was leveraging his celebrity to make a political statement. Some might feel it's therefore fair to actually look up how virtuous he actually is. That's what Zax was doing. That's why Zax knows this stuff. It's very interesting that it's not that, the vibe check. It's very interesting that it's just not common knowledge. I suppose he's just a good enough actor or has good enough will around him in Hollywood that nobody's made a big stink about it, because they could
act Hollywood too, though.
Like I can imagine Hollywood going crazy about this and then acting as if it makes Pedro Pascal some sort of psychopath, and then I would be on the side.
Think that
Hollywood's heavily left leaning.
Yeah, that's true. So that's probably it. Like,
If
it's
he
just,
did the same thing about like Biden or something, it'd be a different story. I'm pretty sure of it.
Well, it's also like the easiest thing to try and shoot at, like as a Hollywood guy, which Hollywood fanatically leftist in a lot of its ideals on just how it perceives itself publicly. It's really easy to just do the Hitler comparison or the racist comparison with Trump, because that's what was constantly being said about Trump and his supporters. Still is.
Dorkus, you seem the most put out by this out of the. Like you're actually you're more on Pedro Pascal's a bit of a dick.
Yeah, I'm everything I know about him suggests he's probably an asshole and not someone I would want to hang out with. I mean, I think I've made it exceptionally clear over several thinks that I really do not like the devaluation of the insult that is calling someone Hitler or a Nazi. And I think this contributes to it, and it speaks to his mindset. I disagree with the premise. So, it's in regard to what I said earlier about his acting talent, like the art but hate the artist or something. I think he's a perfectly fine, good, talented actor. But everything I know about him personally it seems contempt worthy, because it feels like he's someone who feels contempt for me without knowing me or anything about me.
Can I ask, do you think you're being as charitable to this as you are to like Gina Carano's tweets, for instance?
So which ones?
I mean, I agree with Gina Carano's tweets, and I do think that there was a definitively definitive double standard in how both were treated.
I think so. But the fact that I'm trying to look at Gina Carano's with the most charitable view that I can, and I'm not saying that she is literally calling anyone Nazis. The one that everyone keeps bringing up is that, like, Neighbors did this. It wasn't just some random person. The way that they were able to get around this was Neighbors were encouraged to basically treat each other this way and dehumanize people.
I hear what you're saying. It seems, I guess the big difference is that I agree with Gina's, but I think, in reality, Gina's point of view is more real than Pedro's. I don't think Trump supporters are Nazis, and I think it's offensive.
He didn't
to call them
specifically say that. That is, I would say, an uncharitable way of looking at it, because he's not saying Nazis are the exact same as people who rock the Confederate flag. It was these people that have a certain. Well, yeah, they didn't win the Civil War. The Nazis didn't win the World War II, and the MAGA people didn't win that election that happened in 2020. I don't know that he's necessarily saying that they're all Nazis, is the thing. That's why I was asking about, do you think you're being as charitable to his as you are to Gina's? Because people are looking at Gina's and saying, hey, she's calling us Nazis.
She wasn't calling people
Gina
Nazis.
wasn't calling people Nazis, though. She was.
I agree. That's the way that I'm looking at it, but that was how it was taken. I don't know if you guys remember like that initial thing, but it totally was. The claim was she's calling people Nazis.
No more memes.
So I've got it right here. Because history is edited, most people today don't realize to get to the point where Nazi soldiers could easily round up thousands of Jews, the government first made their own neighbors hate them simply for being Jews. That was, so she said that, and then there was a couple of COVID things, and then there was an election fraud thing.
Auschwitz put that out.
But people were taking that as she was saying that these people are essentially Nazis.
You mean these people?
I believe it was during the COVID time, and I think it was a lot of people pushing that stuff
vaccinated
forward.
versus unvaccinated.
I'm being an ass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And mask versus unmask.
But was this not at like the height of cancel culture when people were snitching on other people, trying to get them fired from jobs and for their political,
and it was people hating Neighbors. which is the charitable way to interpret her.
And were the people that she's in theory referring to in that specific tweet not in fact going around calling everyone else Nazis, even though they themselves
It's
were
unclear.
behaving?
I think she was pointing out that it was neighbors hating on people for not following the same rules or whatever, like saying, like unvaxxed or unmasked or whatever. She was getting at those people were acting in such a way that they were hating their neighbors. So I don't know, man. I hear what you're saying. I just don't know that he's flat out called them Nazis. Instead was saying like, these guys lost this war, these guys lost this war, and these guys lost this election.
What do you think he was saying? Like, what do you think his intent was for that? There's been lots of wars that have been lost, but lots of people over thousands of years. So he picked those with a purpose and then compared them with people who voted for Trump. I didn't vote for Trump. I'm fucking Canadian. But like, that's
how dare you?
How almost anyone
We'll be Americans soon enough
would interpret that. Like he's not talking about, the Battle of the Bulge. Like that's not, there's lots of battles and wars, and he picked these ones for a reason. And so like, if I was to make a meme with Grey Poupée likes kids, Jared from Subway likes kids, I'm not saying that you like them in the same way. I didn't say that. I said, do you like kids? Yeah, well, who doesn't like kids?
You can't control how people interpret whatever your image is.
You know what I mean?
First off, that's a dirty lie. I hate children. There's a reason why I am in a marriage where we do not have kids. I've got fur babies. That's the closest I'll get to that. So I would
just
go
because
after
it's
you
not
for slander.
true doesn't mean it's just because it's not true.
I know.
Right?
But you put
interpret
it
it any way you want.
Huh? It's libel now. I don't know. Like, so I see my mom post a bunch of shit like this. So first off, I don't know if Pedro made this or if he just saw it and then reposted it. Sorry, my dog is making noise. I'm not sure if it's going on mic.
It's okay.
Okay, cool. So I don't know. Like, I want to be more charitable. Like, my mom isn't calling everyone who wears like a MAGA hat a Nazi, but she definitely called them losers and shit, especially around like 2020. I don't know his intention, but I'm trying to not that way, Lucy Lemonbug. I just don't care for them. No kids for me. That'll be my quote, please.
But so
I don't know. I'm trying to give both of them the most charity possible. And the way that I don't see that Gino was calling anyone Nazis, I think he was just calling them losers. I think that is the black and white reading of it. You can read into it more.
Why put the flags there then?
Yeah, exactly. Because the association is pretty clear.
Losers. Yeah.
Yes,
it wasn't an accident.
Yeah, literally the flags. And then it's definitely. But at the same time, why are we listening to these actors anyway?
True.
Is anyone listening to them?
Good point.
Like,
so I agree, but also like if you have the Confederate flag, which Confederate flag racists, very much indicative of racism. All the history of the South, completely, you can ignore that because it is the flag that racists use. The Nazi flag, Nazis are racist as well.
Nobody's waving that flag for fun.
Like, that is the basic definition for those ones, without going into history or trying to argue anything else. That is the association that they're adding to MAGA.
Yeah.
And the meme of the time was MAGA is racist. For sure.
Yes.
It is going into those connotations, but I just don't see him saying these guys are the same as these guys. Like, do you think that he's saying like the people in the Civil War that fought for the South, anyone who rocks the Southern Cross, they're Nazis? Because I'm not seeing that comparison.
No,
I think he's saying these are bad, these are bad, these are bad. They're all losers.
Sure.
Yeah,
because
they're bad.
Of
they're all bad.
The associations with them.
So anyone who rocks a Confederate flag today is a racist.
Yeah.
Not if they're Pantera.
Accepted, yes.
It's generally accepted or is seen as,
especially if you're in the North.
But I'm from the South. I'm in South Carolina. I'm going to rock my Confederate flag. I'm just showing my loyalty to being Southern.
Yes.
Yep. You see that this is your point, Charles. I see what you're saying, because like you are not in control of how people interpret what you do. But I
know it.
That being said, I don't know. I find this quite simple. It's like you the comparison just route together.
I think the date.
It's not.
But I mean,
the date is interesting.
If he was saying like this equals this equals this, like that would be straightforward. I think that is reading one additional layer into it, which, granted, there's a reason why he's using those two examples on top of that.
It's a
It's so that
timeline.
you will.
It's a timeline.
But surely
But as Charles
there's
is mentioning, it's that date though. Like they lost this year, they lost
Yeah.
this year. So they're talking about the two wars and then the election.
but surely there's
They
s-
is
an-
the same person. Sorry.
Who is they?
yeah, surely
Well,
there's
do we know
an
that Pedro Pascal painted that himself, or did he just repost?
No,
something?
Hold on,
That's why I'm saying they.
But surely there's a baseline level of reasonable interpretation. It's not like he did Confederate flag, Nazi flag, and then a hummingbird. He's deliberately putting that third one
Well,
up there
hummingbirds
with
aren't
the
losers.
first two.
So, I mean, if you're going to put like, I don't know, a magpie or something, like, okay, but hummingbirds, they're winners, man.
A loaf of bread, then. He's
no.
it seems a deliberate comparison to me.
Is it sourdough?
Because that's
Do, yeah,
also
but do we know of any bread that's racist?
Pumpernickel.
Rye bread.
All right.
I know that Wonder Bread is associated
Cyber's
with
like, none of
pornography.
those are analogies. Give us better ones.
With that said, is it fair to say that there's no racists that are in the MAGA?
No.
I
No,
assume
but
there
that's
are.
not that's an
but-
obfuscation of the point. Like the
But I just
major
gave you a
point is
reason why the Confederate flag works.
You're right.
Not
The-
all people who fly that flag are racist.
Okay, but
But-
they
but
also
in
were
terms
the
of tr-
people that lost the Civil War due to wanting to keep slaves because they were racist.
But in terms of trying to interpret Pedro Pascal's mindset and what could have plausibly or reasonably been going on in his mind as he looked at the meme and decided to post it. Anyway, sorry.
I
No,
hate
you
the
guys
internet.
keep arguing.
No,
I
no,
do too.
this is why I guess yeah, we're talking about the merits of
Ozempic.
what? that was just
Stop
a
taking Ozempic. That's what you look like.
Sorry, I somehow put Kathleen Kennedy as my control key, which really was a bad move because anytime I hit
Instead,
control, I'm now back to her.
Oh, we can't have Ozempic, Kathleen?
oh
There you go.
No, it's not fair to say there are no racists on the Dem side.
We can assign the Nazi flag to them. Okay.
We
okay,
can
so
assign the Nazi
so you
flag
know
to
what?
anyone. But
I guess
there's
everybody
clear
everybody
always
can be
gets done.
butthurt when just anyone can be butthurt when compared to Nazis. I think that's fine.
I feel like that's a fair thing to say. Yes, when you're compared to a Nazi,
Hot
That's
take.
not, yes, should be easy. This should not be the contentious part of the conversation, I wouldn't think. But in meme language, when you put things in a row, one below the other with
You're
the same
saying equal.
language,
Hmm.
yes, your goal is to have people compare those things, and for that purpose, you know, like
So
I agree
Greek-
with Zach here.
like Athens eventually lost. Like they got bulldozed by the Persians eventually, but he didn't use that example, right? So there's plenty you can look at. He used these visuals. Those are the biggest symbols for hate that are most recognizable for people. Even though you don't have to hate people if you like that symbol, but that's what people see.
so
And that's why
why
it's put that way.
why didn't MAGA just completely disavow when Elon Musk did two Nazi salutes?
He was saying from his heart.
Didn't Bill Burr just do something? He actually.
I mean, like
redid
I'm not trying to be a cunt. I swear. Like I genuinely asking if you don't want to be associated with that, why wouldn't you be like, yeah, that's not us? And then Steve Bannon just did it.
Oh,
CPAC. Like
Well, he wanted to be
appears to be
recognized.
this Venn
He was
diagram.
jumping on that
of sorts.
bandwagon.
Yeah,
Yes.
like if you don't want to be associated with that, how about you call it out and be like, yeah, this isn't us.
No, I
Again,
completely.
I'm not
Kick out
trying
the
to be a-
billionaire with the chainsaw who makes flamethrowers.
That wasn't that time. It was before that.
guys, honestly, we had a stream where we were talking about Doge and shit, and the next day we've got him with a fucking. I think it was the next
I
day. or
like
the
his
day
little
after.
teddy bear noise that he made. He goes, "Ah!"
What the fuck, guys?
So that's actually the I agree with you regarding like they should not be trying to normalize the Nazi salutes. That
Right.
is a really stupid idea.
It
Like,
is.
why would you do that? But also, the reason why it's not taken as seriously is two major reasons. One, it's the word Nazi is used so often now, it doesn't mean much to a lot of people.
But
And then there's the
why
people that
do
want to just stubbornly dig at their heels. And also, actually, a third reason, Elon is clearly not a Nazi.
But he's doing it at the presidential inauguration. Like,
Yes,
if you
which
want to
is
do that,
really
at, like,
stupid.
yeah,
We agree
that's
there.
where
It's stupid.
and again, I'm not trying to be an asshole.
I mean,
just
I think that there was also an element of questionability with regard to whether or not he was like deliberately trying to do the Nazi salute, or if
He
he
dug
was
his
just
heels
being
in that,
trying to make a gesture and it
It
accidentally
looked
looked
bad.
like.
Are we gonna go back
know,
to it? I
and it
don't
just
think
was.
this.
I'm sorry. It's my fault. I'm sorry.
I'm
I
sticking
don't.
with the same opinion. I want to give him the
And-
most charity possible, and I'm saying that he didn't do that to intentionally do this,
Okay.
signal
Right,
to
and-
the Nazis.
And I will freely say he may well have been doing, a dog whistle type thing. But to that end, I would look at the past history of Musk and then Pedro Pascal. And I think Musk, from what I know of him, again, I'll say I don't know everything about his history, he seems to not be anti-Semitic. So whereas Pedro seems to have a repeated pattern of saying hyperbolic things. Well, so does Musk, but in other areas. Now I'm rambling.
He's also
Someone
a
else.
card-carrying member of the Communist Party, and he was supporting the Communist Party in Chile. Like he what's
Oh,
the,
it's socialist. It's
what's the-
Shh.
Denmark
what's
is
the
a
term?
socialist country.
What's
Oh,
the
yeah.
term? Endorsing.
So-
He endorsed that party in the election in 2021. So that's obviously where he's coming from. And as a communist, he's probably not a big fan of MAGA people.
But I mean, look, one of the things that Walter brought up is that he's commenting on politics. He has not kept quiet. So he's endorsed things in Chile and all of that, like you've said. One of the things earlier that matches up with what Walter's saying is Ship was like, if it was me, I wouldn't say anything. I would keep out of politics at all. Like, I wouldn't
too.
do that because I don't want people to look at me and talk about my dad and just look at my history and the influence that my family has in Chile and all of that. I don't want people doing what Zach's did.
He also has a
basically.
trans sister, though, and
True.
has MAGA been
And she's
incredibly
an
welcoming to the trans community?
True.
I mean, there are trans people in MAGA, so why not?
That wasn't the question.
Their
I
wife
I know.
got attacked
I
for
know.
wearing-
What's up, Fulbright?
I'm
Mega.
specifically not answering that question because I know that.
I would say that like because Chile is like you couldn't get divorced till 2004. I don't know what their take is on trans people in Chile. No idea. But
They're my
one
friends.
of the things that
No,
it triggered me when I saw him put that stuff out is because he is an immigrant, and I wanted to see like what was his struggle to get here, because he's condemning people who he lives with in a country that he's not from for things that they didn't do. And he's broadcasting that hate out there. And would his sister be comfortable? I think her name is Lux now.
Yeah.
Would she be more comfortable in a communist country? I don't know. She's not in one. So the gall to do it too was like, where's this guy from? What's his story? And it turns out he's super rich. And of course he's a champagne communist, a socialist, however you want to put it. But he's the balls it takes to call out half the country like that from someone who has been welcomed in and given a better opportunity than most people, I would bet. That's just also shitty. I'll say it's just shitty.
I think it's so Hollywood. It's so normal.
It is.
But I understand why you would be pissed off.
Yeah, I agree, but I also that the most basic of explanations is it's Hollywood virtue signaling for points. That's it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, haha, gotcha. What did he do when Trump won? Was he okay?
rejoiced,
Did
'cause
anyone
he's secretly
check on him?
MAGA.
He probably jerked off.
Just drank some whiskey,
sent-
jerked off, and went to bed.
Sent it to his dad for use
Maybe.
later.
He might have.
David, be happy when you see clouds, okay? I live in the desert. I don't see clouds lots, although it's been
I
quite
love clouds.
You can have some of mine. Jesus, nothing but fog over here.
Well, I guess we've gone over all the. I was going to even go a little bit higher and ask everybody about guilt by association. What do we do with guilt by association?
Kill them. End their lives.
But there's never like that. People say, "What do you do with thinkers?" It's like we don't really get answers. We just
We're
Just
not
cause a ruckus.
answerers. We're thinkers.
we think about answers, and that's it. Can I come to the deserts? I mean, it's pretty cool. The buildings that are in the desert over here are pretty cool. I haven't actually been out into the desert, and I've been here for 3 years now. So there's that. Yeah.
I mean,
Public
you can still ask the
scandal.
question.
Hey, after all this though, I watched the Wild Robot, and it's a very good movie.
I've heard
It
that.
is.
It's a
surprisingly
great-
Right
great.
under my radar.
I
Dude,
love
Robot Me
I love
Seeks.
that.
How do you
movie.
not want to see that? Do it.
What is Meeseeks?
You're not familiar? Okay, so you're not a Rick and Morty fan. I gotcha. I
Oh.
figured as an
No,
animator,
no,
you
you're
would
gonna get me
totally
killed.
be into that.
This is amazing.
It's somebody who has to complete a task. It's a robot that has to do
Okay,
that.
I
It's
now
good
know what
time.
you're talking about. I memory hold
so
all of Rick
lovely.
and Morty because it's bad.
What? Oh, Rick and
Memory
Morty.
hold?
Okay.
Yeah, I memory hold it.
So we should only care about the. Okay, nice one, Walter. We should only care about the opinions of the super poor. I think too often
moderately
people
poor.
want to discredit social conversations because the person is well off. Very interesting. We require all perspectives to solve issues. Very, very pragmatic.
Okay, so there's two things going on here because
Don't eat the rich.
socially,
Can we?
Nah, they're icky.
socially it's a pretty popular thing to say, why do you even have to speak on this? You have no experience in the field, which
Mhm.
there's some merit to that. And on the other
But
side,
then there's-
anyone should be allowed to have an opinion and talk about it.
Because there's such a thing as empathy. Yeah.
So it's kind of a weird mix between those two. It's the same thing of like what is it? It's like you can't write a black character without a black person being involved in the writing. Can you?
Like
Yes.
hell, I can't. Dude, do you not
You do.
remember David S. Goyer writing the greatest Marvel character we have, Blade? Come on, he wrote for
Oh, yeah.
Snipes, but he made him amazing.
It is great.
I love the women that are written by men in a lot of these books that I read.
Oh,
So,
That
but
can
maybe
work
they're
too.
just women inside.
Are you
men.
talking about your smut books, or are you talking about
No, the smut books are written by women by a lot of the
Yeah,
time.
come on. It takes a woman to write some smut.
Mhm.
Oh,
No,
they all love
actually,
smut.
apparently it doesn't. It doesn't at all. Don't bring it up, Zach. Don't bring it up.
Do you want to see buttception? No buttception on the show.
God.
I love. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Guys, we've
That's
taken
overrated.
everything we can from this Pedro Pascal thing. What's your favorite Pedro Pascal movie show thing? Let's do that.
I guess I'll start because I don't really have one. He's in a lot of movies, but I don't particularly like a lot of those movies or shows. So
Well, I've already told you mine. The Wild Robot.
Oh, he's in that too.
And she's just a voice actor in it.
I haven't seen it. so-
Just a
He's in that too. That's what I said when I saw it was him, because it's just a voice, so I don't care. And then it's like, oh, it was Pedro Pascal. I'm like, oh, okay. That's nice. Such a good
Well,
movie. Oh, I want to watch it again.
I said my two, which would be either Mando season 1 and 2 or Oberon, but because I've already said that, let me say my favorite character that he's ever played. In the movie Driveway Dolls, he is credited as the penis collector.
Oh, nice.
He's got the crazy eyes thing he can do.
He
Does he
does.
use that?
To collect penises.
Yeah, there's a little bit of crazy eyes. It's kind of a take on a B movie. So he's running down an alley in kind of a fun way.
I did like that one he did with, not Keanu Reeves, with the meme actor. God damn it.
I
Nicolas
like
Cage?
Unbearable
Yes.
Weight of Massive Talent.
Yes,
Yeah, I like that was my favorite one of them too.
that was a good one.
Isn't that movie just like a
Face.
parody of Nicolas Cage's life?
Pretty much.
Isn't every
Yeah.
movie?
It's well done though, and he's good in it. Meaning, like Pedro
True.
was good in it.
Both of
Oh
them.
my
kinda wondered
goodness.
that. I just forgot that it
Kitty,
existed.
any chance you could stream a reading of Chuck Tingle?
Oh
You could
yeah.
bring an uncomfortable Dorkus along for the ride. I'm not paying for any
No.
of those books. Is there a sample you can send me? You
Se-
can totally send it to me.
So dear
Yeah,
viewers,
Send her the book. Buy her the book. Send it to her.
I've got a PO box. I can do that. You guys can send me the. I don't know if you could get it here though.
Is
There's
Chuck
there's some
Tingle-
books that you can't get. You can't get on Kindle store here or anything like that.
Is that
He's
naughty
a-
stuff?
he's a-
That adult stuff?
he's a
Yeah.
fantastic author.
Cousin
I
of
mean,
the
Chuck
cock
Tingle
knocker.
sounds
What the fuck, Simon?
With a name like
Right.
Chuck Tingle. Just saying.
Yeah, it sounds pretty.
As opposed to Sarah J. Maas. I'll buy it
I
if you
mean-
stream it. Okay, Galente. Gosh, that's a different. That's a different tier that I've got to now put into the memberships. I didn't consider that. Like I thought watch parties was a thing, but it's like no, make Kitty read a book. Okay.
Read book on stream. Don't say it out loud. Just start reading the book. Video
What
on
it
you.
is.
Just quiet
Oh.
room.
I read a bit to Gordon, the of the what's it, the Court of Thorns and Roses, and he was just like, oh, scandalous.
Not even the
So-
best court, though.
Did he do it exactly like that?
Oh yes, he went so fabulous.
How
So anyway,
amazing.
that is the end of Pedro Pascal. Zax, I thoroughly enjoyed this
Thanks. Yeah, it's
this
fun.
deep dive. Although I'm more interested in fertility crime now. That's insane.
Yeah.
And it's making me think like that's another thing
I
we got to
am
put
labeled
on
a fertility crime. Okay, I
when
was
we
an accident.
when we do the think on children. Do we combine the parent and child free thinks? No.
What?
Okay.
Mm.
No.
Careful with
Because
Gray
You're
on that.
thinking
panel.
about children now?
No,
Did I
no,
miss something?
No.
no. Talking about
Us-
fertility. So I'm thinking of yeah. There's us that don't want children.
Yeah.
Oh,
the
that's what
the
you
no thank you parents versus.
We were
the,
going to try and tack it onto the romance thing, but we didn't quite do that.
I didn't even know fertility crime was a thing until now. Go and look up
Come on.
Our Father on Netflix.
There's a current one right now. This is current news. The woman who
Oh,
gave
is
birth
it a
to
new
black
one?
baby. Yeah, she gave birth to a black
Oh yeah, I
baby,
heard about this.
even though she's white and the chosen sperm donor was white. And it turns out they gave her someone else's embryo, so she gave birth to their baby. We don't know
Likely
what happened
story.
with hers. And
So you're saying she's biased.
and so after 5 months, she had to give him to the other parents. In court, they took her to court, and she gave up the baby
Shoot.
willingly at that point. But yeah, it's pretty. The whole thing's pretty sad.
I want to know her.
Whoa.
And
social
obviously, she's
schedule.
racist because she
But she
noticed the baby was black. You can't notice stuff. when-
She noticed it was
Yeah.
assigned black at birth.
Yeah.
That's awful.
hmm It's horrible.
Sorry. It was
And-
just, it.
Do you want me
It's
to bring
what
that
they
up?
do. Yes.
Is the doctor
why
going to give
not?
somebody else her baby? Like, how do we make this equal?
Minutes before we
No,
do
but they
golf.
may have.
Was she a Karen
we-
about it? Like, can I speak
Can we
to the
tack
boss?
this
Kyle?
onto the abortion thing?
Carl, listen to me. Please be careful where you leave your sperm. Everybody, all you sperm havers, watch where you put your sperm. At least with,
No. Just
girls,
put hot sauce in there.
if you're gonna have eggs extracted, apparently it's extremely painful, so you'll notice. So don't worry about that. Yeah.
I think most
So
of
you-
us have eyes on where we
I
leave it.
would be. What would you do if you figured that out? That okay, so you've had a child, but actually none of the material sperm havers. It's ma'am. So no, but really, what do you do, Zax?
Yeah.
It's like, but that's still your kid. So, or does it matter
Half of it.
who's? Because now you've said with this person,
Yeah.
she had to give up the child.
Right.
Oh my God, it's a blurry
It was
face.
the child. So it's like she was just an incubator, really. She was just a
Person of
pod.
color.
She's an unwilling surrogate. is what
So she wait. So okay, please
Unwilling
explain. Sorry, I
surrogate.
interrupted you.
Yeah. Oh no, she's an unwilling surrogate.
Unwilling
So-
surrogate.
Yeah, that's what people are saying. But that's you only have so many chances to have a kid and to carry for 9 months, and she's single, and so this was like her big shot, and I mean it worked, but not in the way. Yeah, so that's
But-
her
but
with the
now-
baby. She cared for this child for like 5 months, and she didn't want to give it up.
Yeah,
But
because that's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
yeah, I think it's probably the right thing to do. But because it's black, maybe she could try to sell it. I don't know. How that works anymore.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think outside the box here, but what if we get one of those judges that, like sometimes they make people stand in traffic, like holding a sign or something.
Oh, public shaming.
I don't know. Is there somebody else that he could force to? I guess we could do this cycle. Like, I don't know. Is the doctor married? I don't know.
Ooh.
So
It seems like this lady's owed a baby.
She is owed a baby, and all she's
But
suing
that's
for.
her baby. She grew
white
that
baby.
baby.
Right.
Half of it.
That baby was in her body for 9
Yeah.
months. That's oh, it's so weird. It's like, oh my genetic materials. Like, yeah, but it literally I grew this.
So okay, question.
I grew this.
Okay, question about this.
Like I
'Cause
fed this. Yeah.
This can turn into a really contentious conversation, and I want to make sure that
Awesome.
I'm avoiding the contention and more getting into a
Aw.
very interesting question here. Okay, if the baby was not black but instead just had Down syndrome, would it be
Ooh.
different?
Oh, refund.
Refund.
Yes.
Oh my
Refund.
god.
Yes, it would be
No,
different.
that's
That'd
one
still
of
be
the
her
things.
baby.
Good job,
You
Bimo.
using like the damaged goods clause in this one or something?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
I'm
what do you
actually
say? No,
I'm making a reference to Finland, where it's
are
like
you
you
comparing?
can freely
Down
abort your
syndrome?
baby if they have Down syndrome. Like you don't have to pay for it even.
I mean,
Jesus.
huh.
So like
Uh,
it's
In
like,
some
I
ways,
didn't
aren't you getting
consent-
more though?
You're getting
An
more, I
extra.
guess. But I just was like the first thing that comes to mind with this story is I did not consent to my child being black, which is a very interesting way of thinking about it, I guess. That's still their child.
Is that what your takeaway was, that she didn't consent to have a black baby?
Yeah,
I think she wanted to have
basically.
her own baby, not someone else's baby. I think that's
The
the
color
the
of
biggest
it's the
thing.
least of the worries.
And the concern is, yeah, how many times has this happened where the kid comes out roughly the right color, but it's not your kid?
Listen, we've all made an
How is
oopsie.
it not her baby though?
I'm convinced I was an oopsie. 5
Genetically-
years. That's not a good age gap. What's wrong with you?
How is this not her baby? What do you mean? Like genetically, it's not her baby.
She had the baby,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
so genetically it is her baby.
Genetically, it's not her
Uh,
baby.
No. the egg
No,
was
so she had it through
implanted in the womb.
IVF, and she
Mm.
got to choose the donor, and it was not a person of color.
Okay,
Okay,
I
so-
misunderstood.
But
okay.
hold on. Did she? Is the egg hers?
No, so that was the first step for her,
Yeah.
is to do a DNA test, which it was not her DNA, but then they looked into it to make sure. Her big hope was that maybe it was just the wrong donor and that it was actually her
It
egg
was
that had been
hers?
used. So that's
Oh.
here. She hoped that, but that's not how it went.
Oh,
And so
Okay.
she contacted the attorney. The biological parents were contacted months later, and then they got the baby from her, because they sued because, they technically she carried their baby. The father and mother were together, like as they're a married couple. And yes, black people can stay married, and so
Wow.
is that controversial? I don't know.
No, it's
I
just
think
really
they can.
funny.
So, anyways, so through the DNA, they wanted their kid back, and they don't know what happened to her embryo because they could have because that couple,
Lost
the
it in
black
the
couple,
mail.
were not successful, and she
Mm.
was, and they got the procedure around the same time. So it's possible they tried to carry her baby and it didn't carry to term. They don't know, but yeah, she wanted it. She was praying. It was just only half her, like it was just a black
only half.
donor. She would have been
Just
fine with
normal.
that. But
Yeah.
that's not what happened. And so initially people were calling her a racist, which is fucking so retarded.
It is
Um,
crazy, yeah.
To not notice that, oh, well, it's not my baby is the concern. But yeah, so she's suing now, but she's only suing for $75,000.
That's not even enough to take care of the kid until they're 18.
It's not even going to cover the original IVF treatment. That's
Right.
IVF is fucking expensive.
So
Is
that's
that
what she's
maybe
suing
that's
for.
covering it? Yeah, just cover
She's-
that.
You're
I want a
suing,
refund.
suing for another procedure, not by them, but
Sure,
that's all she
this-
wants.
This is very relevant for the. I mean, this is how far people will have. They do have to go. They really want children this badly,
Well,
I'm
and
just
it can go
to be
wrong. and I feel
fair,
bad.
if someone decides they don't want a kid, they just put it up for adoption.
Mhm.
Like it's
Yeah.
it's not much different than that, right? Like she doesn't want the kid.
She wants the
I
kid.
think she did though.
It was taken from her because that embryo was somebody else's. So it's like that's my genetic material. Let me have that.
And they won in
You
court.
I made the dough over here. They put that in your tray
Batter.
and your oven, just a batter. Okay, fine. Put the batter, and it's my batter. You did the whole oven thing, but hey, I made
Don't forget, you
That-
got to add the egg.
those
I'm
cookies
just
are
thinking-
mine.
I'm very
Not literally
conflicted
egg.
here because even though the embryo, you were given the wrong embryo, pretty much that baby was carried to term. You carried that baby to term. And she did, right? Like she
Yes.
had that baby in her. Okay.
She thought that
I-
was her baby until she started asking about questions, and 5 months later was when they finally figured out what had happened.
That is
Wow.
insane. Like, but also like carrying it for 9 months. I feel like there's a connection there that shouldn't be severed at that point. Like you carried
But at
that
the same
baby.
time, I'm also a believer that a mother that adopts a child loves that child.
And she did. She
Is
says that
capable of
very
loving that
clearly.
child as a mother loves it. My mom has that kind of idea that no, a biological child is very important to have, because that was one of the things that we would argue about. Is that like, listen, if I don't have a child and I'm dying to have a child, but my body does not allow me, I will adopt a child. There's nothing wrong with that. I will love that child if I'm so
Right.
desperate to have it.
She did not want to give
I
the child
mean-
away, but she
Yeah.
went to
that's
court
She
with a
has to be
stroller.
kicking herself because if she had
She
never
would-
done the
But I mean,
DNA
what-
test, the other
Right.
people wouldn't have a claim. but
Exactly, yeah.
She would
Mhm.
always have that nagging feeling of, did they screw up? I don't know.
And those parents, though, they wouldn't know either. They wouldn't
You wouldn't
know that. That's also, this is actually why I never went, because when I was younger, I was like, oh, maybe I should just sell my eggs.
Yeah.
No, this is part of that,
No.
is because I don't want any of this material out
No
there.
one would return a white one.
It's horrible.
And
Aw.
so it's come out they don't really have
Oh,
strong
baby.
reporting requirements at all, the IVF clinics. And yeah, I spent my entire life wanting to be a mom. I love nurturing and grew my child, and I would have done literally anything in my power to keep him. So she went to court
That ruins
with
me.
the baby in a stroller and left with no baby.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
Oh my
insane.
God. Did she at least get to keep the stroller?
You know what? That's where the real
Important
story is, I
question.
think. Let's find that stroller. Maybe we can get it for cheap. You don't need
It's
it.
kind
That's
of
what I'm
weird that
saying, David. It's
It's
kind of
kinda
wild that a
wild.
woman can grow a kid that doesn't have any of her genetic material.
it's not even mine.
Just
Yeah,
a
just
storage
incubated.
facility.
Space. You're
We're
renting a
just
storage unit.
ovens. We're just ovens. They're just aliens in us.
Hmm.
To me, the real story for all of this is this could be happening all the time.
It's
And
just that you could
Most
see.
people don't
Yeah.
know. Yeah.
Yeah, like airplane crashes. Like it's the same deal.
Female pilots.
Not female
Guys,
pilots, but
I'm
more
flying on
crashes.
Sunday. Stop this.
Not
You're
the
not
plane
actually
though, right? Like you're just a passenger.
And you're flying in America. Don't worry about it.
But yeah, this is an insane story. The more I read about it, the wilder it is.
Yeah.
Fertility
My
crime.
first assumptions were way
diagram.
off.
Mine too. My first assumptions were way off. I'm like, okay, well, but then you look, it's really, really fucking bad and scary.
That is scary. Oh, how do you trust? So that, look, this is just, they're just doing stuff. I suppose they're just letting it go. Maybe there's no intent here. Like it's, but
Oh, yeah.
with Pedro Pascal's daddy,
There's
it was
intent.
it was like, well, you know what? The more successful procedures, the better. So it doesn't really
Mhm.
matter.
Right.
But
Just
do you know? So I worked in a medical lab, and I had to train people on how to process the samples. Basically, just make sure the label matched the paperwork, matched the computer, whatever software that the lab sent us. And I'm not kidding. Like, there were some people who couldn't get that right. Like, they would just mislabel everything, and it sucked. I had this one guy who. So we had to take pipettes and split a bunch of samples, especially if they're like urine or whatever, and they're going to like 3 different labs. I had this one guy who literally like filled an entire pipette full of urine and then used a couple drops in the test tube, sent it on down, and then just threw everything in the trash and immediately like smashed it down with his hand. He drank some random person's urine. Like, it was just, it's horrible. That's the kind of people who are sending your tests to labs or your samples to labs. It sucks, man. I could see mislabeling happening at every step of it.
That's awful.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then you fall pregnant.
Fall
pregnant.
Oh my God, I'm pregnant.
It's a term.
Feel pregnant.
You get pregnant, and what you could technically do a DNA test in the womb.
Right.
But then this life is sitting here. It's like, oh, actually, sorry, there was we can put checks and balances in place, but now this is definitely coming into the abortion.
I will never forget Pedro Pascal now for this. He was just a meh actor to me. Now I
every time you see
that
meme face, the one with him in the car.
He's a baby still.
just fertility clinic shit. Pedro Pascal. I don't know why I'm thinking about that.
You're right. Like, they could have done, I think they call it like the amniotic DNA test, but every time they do those, it does make the risk of miscarriage so much higher. So a lot of people would opt for after, the delivery to actually do the first DNA test. And man, even then, like, could you imagine having to give up something that grew 9 months in your body? Like,
exactly.
I don't know.
I don't
know. Only now.
Only now. I've made up my mind. So no.
Don't worry. If you don't have kids, I'll have 6 more for you.
There's been people coming like as whistleblowers talking, like you had mentioned, working in labs and the stuff that sometimes does happen. I'm sure it's not all the time, but like people will just drop the tray of it just happens. And then
we had one guy do that. He spilled a sample and then just grabbed somebody else's and kind of split it. We saw it, so we had to fire him, but man, it's not unheard of.
Right.
Oh, and then David Puff's bringing up kidney stones. They had what they called the rock quarry, and there were a bunch of kidney stones, bladder stones, like a bunch of them that they had to test to find out, like, why are these the size of a peach? Yeah, it's interesting.
You could have a kidney stone that size?
How did you?
You can't pass it. You have to have surgery.
Stop drinking soda.
Ouch. I have a personal story about this stuff because my wife and I did IVF, and one of her friends she'd been friends with also did IVF, and they went at the same time. They went together, which is kind of strange, but only separated by a curtain. And when the besties, they are besties now. The doctor came in with like her samples, reading all this stuff off, and there's a curtain. We hear all of it, and he gives like the donor number, and she's like, "That's not the right number," and she goes, "No, it's this number." And she goes, "Well, yes, I see that, but I'm supposed to be getting this number to get the donor." And so that actually like almost happened. Then to go back and find the right, find it. And in this case, the father, like there's a father involved, but he survived cancer and they nuked his nuts in the process. So they were using a donor.
Okay.
Like right there, like that could have been easily,
wow.
Anybody.
That's insane.
Yeah.
You know what? Thanks, Pedro Pascal, for reminding us of the horrors of fertility crime. I don't even think that's a term, but I've decided it is.
It is now. Fertility true crime.
And yes, I do think that men are just leaving their leavings all around.
Just go bring a UV light into any man's room and you'll find out.
Hashtag not all men.
Definitely not all men.
Some of us don't want to live in like a crime scene. I don't know, BMO. I do believe that you don't want to look at your room with a black light.
I know that mine would be
You're speaking for yourself.
This is going to make for some fun what's the name? Garlic bone boys. I would
Oh
say.
no,
Oh,
Are
Oh,
you?
boy.
I hope you're sticking around for
so
garlic
much
phone.
lore.
It's Zach's. Do you know? Have you?
I have to get going pretty soon.
Likely
Aw.
story.
Mhm.
I have a honeydew list, if you want to call it that, of things I
Mhm.
have to get done today. So
You have to do.
I'm
honey.
Josh.
Do one quick round. Can you do
yeah,
one quick
yeah,
round?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm getting it started.
Thank you.
Honeydew list, you say?
I gotta go shopping.
Honey,
like,
do
like
this.
a woman.
Prefer watermelon.
What's the other
Dang.
term,
cantaloupe?
darling? If you love me. If you love me, darling. That's the other one.
Right.
That's a list.
Oh.
Love me, darling. We'll do this.
Mine's hey, you don't love me.
Oh, the music kicks in.
Oh yeah.
This is that drawing music. It's very good for
We're
you.
feeding all of the ducks today.
I'm so
Are
hungry
they
for
making the
ducks.
ads longer?
Yep.
See, if you use Brave, you don't have the ads.
Who's brave?
Brave is
Listen,
a browser.
just general chit
Does it work
chat
on
here.
Mac? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I don't use it because I support creators.
Hmm?
What's the name? What was I gonna say? I watched a bit of Reacher.
Yeah.
Ah, yes.
It's so cringy, boys. Come on.
how far did you get?
How do you survive? It was so
Well,
we in season 2.
Because like it has this kind of interesting twist in the first episode where it's supposed to be pretty cringy at first. So I was just wondering like how far you got in it.
No,
Season 3 is
I've
way better, okay.
I've watched the whole of the first.
Oh.
I've seen the switcheroo. And the dialogue is what gets me. I'm just
Yeah,
It's simple, yeah.
why?
dude, that's pretty close to the books. There's parts of it that they've definitely switched, but yeah, I mean like it's meant to be like a plain book or something. Like you go through it really quick. It's not like there's no hard words.
Are you telling me? Because I was going to read those books, and if you're telling me the dialogue's like that, then I'm out.
I mean, he does more numbers. Like he'll talk about the caliber and how far away he is and how many feet per second it would take to get somewhere, but they're not big words.
It's very cringy. It became like a game of me watching, and then every time something cringy happened, I just look at my husband to see, like, did you notice that one? Is that one looking like it's fun. It's entertaining.
It's similar levels of cringe to the Sarah J. Maas. It's going for a different audience. But the
And it's not porn.
audiobooks are great. Dick Hill is just amazing, and he's the one who read the
Are
first.
you sure there's not a
Dick
smart
Hill.
book?
What's his name?
Dick Hill.
Dick Hill.
Dick Hill. Okay.
Chuck Tinkle and Dick Hill, huh?
Dick Hill.
Dick Kill.
Dick Hill. The heel of a dick.
Hill. Hill. I just
Come on, guys, join the Gardic phone.
We don't even have a
yeah, you did put
Rosales.
the link in there like 20 times.
I'll do it another 20.
What am I doing?
So you need to
Oh.
click the link in.
As long as
the
you've got a
Gardic
darling in
chat.
there, we're gonna get some beauties.
Calm down, common people.
I love saying my husband. I really. When I got married, it was one of my favorite things. Like, yeah.
Okay, mushy.
I find
we
it
can have
weird
it
every time I say.
Why?
Anytime I say my wife, I just Borat comes to mind. It's always just
My wife.
my wife.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's weird, but fair enough.
He ruined the
Okay.
name.
So we got another 10 seconds.
Shippy, I
5
expect
seconds.
many laughs from you.
Come on, big ship.
Here it
Show us
comes.
how big your ship is.
And
Pappy's in
Reacher.
there too. The,
like
the
the
ads are
dancing.
torturous to be.
Okay, I'll give it a couple
Offensive.
more seconds.
Yes.
I'm gonna put it on
Reacher
the
season
screen.
2 was. I love great fight scenes, and my God, those were god awful in season 2. They're painful to watch, and it's people teleport everywhere, and it don't recommend those. But season 3's back on target. I like those ones.
And it sucks too, because I think that was like the 14th book in the series or whatever, Bad Luck
Right.
and Trouble, which is the one that season 2 is based off of.
Yeah.
It is like my favorite Reacher book, but man, it is not my favorite season of Reacher.
The This reminds me of another thing with Reacher, right? You watch and you know what the line's going to be. So you watch and you know exactly what he's going to say because it's like,
Okay,
what is
we're
the
gonna
most
put this on
cringy thing he
screen?
could say?
I mean, some of it you can't predict. Like, I didn't know that he was going to scream at full volume while trying to silently climb up the roof.
And then, ooh, like get down
All
on
right,
the
we're
ground.
ready?
Ugh. Fuck, no.
Let's go.
Oh no.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Hmm,
No. I was gonna do something awful. I don't want to be that awful.
Good.
Right,
my
any
sister's
sentence?
showing off.
There we go.
Yes, no.
Yep.
You
Any
can-
Yeah,
sentence.
whatever you
Any
want.
sentence. But
can-
somebody has to draw it. So keep in mind, they'll be as mean to
Oh,
you
okay.
as you are to them at some
I
point.
gotcha.
Yes. Gray was notorious last week.
What?
He was
Oh,
fine.
yeah. It was a good way of describing what happened.
How dare Gray say that I only eat American food?
Oh, I thought you meant the mistaking fruit for.
Oh.
I don't even what?
Okay, I decided.
Okay. How do
Uh,
I do this?
Come on, you're an artist.
I am, and I'm also confused.
Don't look at the screen, contestants. Oh no, that's not what you want.
Don't tell me what to do.
Wait. Sorry, I'm just filling in for Andrew.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
But wait, no.
And
That's
that's about
actually not what I
Part of
said.
your time.
Uh-huh.
We love you, Andrew. Even though you're probably not listening to this, you're probably asleep.
You better be.
Despite it all, we still love you, Andrew.
Uh-huh. Oh yes, that's how you draw that.
And that's about half your time.
Oh god, you scared the shit out of me. How's the tone of his voice gonna actually cause panic in my brain? Yes.
There we go. Fill that baby in and give it IVF.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh
Yes,
no,
give
there's
that
gonna be a lot
baby
of arguing.
IVF. Yes, 100%.
Not recommended, but I'm totally doing it. You can also just label things. When you...
Wow, dildo.
I am a hag.
You're actually a hag now, huh?
Yeah, and nobody would want my eggs. They're
Why not?
old. I would, if I got pregnant now, it would be considered a geriatric pregnancy.
You're not that old. Come on.
No, it literally is just the word that they use.
What does Jerry have to do with this? What did you do to him?
Gary.
Oh, I totally messed that up. Sorry, whoever got that.
Oh, shame.
How do you know who's supposed to go?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
It's random.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't. You don't know whose picture you're getting.
Yeah, it's like Secret Santa, but for
And
drawing.
yes, it's basically telephone, but you have to draw.
What age does it become geriatric? I think it's 32.
30, right?
What?
It was 30. It was 30, but now it's 32. Ooh. Oopsie daisy.
That's what I said last time.
When you left your untabascoed jizz
Yes,
behind.
exactly.
I don't know why this is happening, but
You know, drawing this helmet from memory is working out just fine.
Well, that's about a third of your time.
you made me look. And I'll say that you made me. That's it.
Yeah, it's my fault.
My bad.
Some people might understand the reference of what I'm doing here.
Oh, Shinsia. Oh.
Just under half your time.
I don't think anyone's gonna get this.
I'll
Oh
get it
shit!
specifically because
Oh
of that.
shit!
All right.
Yeah. Oh, someone's already done? What?
Darling.
They're too quick. Freaking darling. Slow down for the rest of us.
Or it's Sparkles trolling us. But Sparkles would have been in the
Is
chat
Sparkles
loud.
in here? I was about to say.
No, when she's there, when she doesn't lurk. Sparkles does not lurk.
She's incapable of lurking.
Mm. I'm pretty bad at lurking with you.
Oh shit.
Like I have to leave the chat so that I can actually do stuff I can't. Because I'm like, I need to tell you what I think. Can't just listen. I
Okay,
think
this
that this
no
is weird.
longer makes sense. Okay. This is stupid.
Whoa! Huh? Okay.
Might as well scramble those rotten eggs. Pappy, please.
Did she say that? Sure on headset. Oh shit.
Whoops, that's... There we go.
I think. I don't know.
What?
Oh. Oh shit. That's a great way to restart Star Wars.
I think I know which one you got.
Mm-hmm. How do I draw that? Okay. Oh fuck.
So that's about a quarter of our time.
What?
Does it reduce for, or does it give us the same time for each one?
It goes quicker each time.
Oh, fuck's
Yeah, a
sake.
little bit less time each time.
I don't like whoever left this for me.
Same.
Not very cool.
Sorry, man.
Actually, I think this is a great idea, but I'm sorry that the execution is just going to be so poor.
That's what the lady said when she had a black baby.
Oh, Jesus.
That's going to be clipped.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. This is not going to happen. Oh, God.
And you got about a third of your time remaining.
Charles and I haven't sung yet.
I'm too busy.
We are really focused this time.
So, Zax, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
If you could be a giraffe or an alligator, which would you choose?
Giraffe.
Nice. Why?
Because I don't want to be underwater all the time.
You know, that's fair. I would
can
pick
do this
giraffe
kind
if
of
they're just like horses made the long way.
Yeah.
I
true.
enjoy them.
Yeah. I mean, you might get eaten by something eventually, but
Such as
Eventually.
yeah.
You could get eaten by another alligator. If
Yeah,
you're an
true.
What?
alligator. Oh my goodness. Oh, Charles is always part of it, hey? Jeez.
I think
Am I
we've
again?
got one more to. Darling, this hurt my soul to draw. What did you draw? Oh, are you talking about what's on screen? Why did this? Oh, is it the posing? I bet it's the posing. I have no. Actually, now that I know, now that I think about it, if this is what I think it is,
Dildo.
Oh, this is okay. All right. I see what y'all did here.
this is. I can't even see the whole prompt.
Yeah, you can.
Maybe is it? It must be Zax's then, because he's just not used to.
Could be. I have no idea what I'm doing.
That's okay.
None of us are.
I'm just so glad that you're trying it anyway.
Giving it a try.
That's about a quarter of your time.
Jesus.
Nope, just me.
Oh jeez.
Oh no, I've been muted
Yeah.
Have you been talking the whole time?
a little bit.
Ah.
You have been
Wonderful.
quiet most of the show, hey, Bimo. Dorkus.
What? How
No.
dare
I was
you?
gonna say we've had way too much BMO.
No, I was
I would
gonna say that
so, yeah.
Dorkus, you've been quiet most of the show. Have you been muted the whole time? Well, like several times.
Nah, just
Have nothing to say.
letting others speak.
His time will come.
As the good Lord
Time.
intended.
Good time.
I'm
Third of your
definitely
time.
not plotting a coup against you, which will definitely not occur. In the
Anytime
next-
In a week's time.
Yeah.
There we go. I tried my best.
I tried to, and this is horrible. I actually pride myself on not being able to draw this particular thing.
You take pride in that?
Yeah, it's because I'm just so vanilla.
Okay.
That's pretty impressive, Bimo.
Okay, that just tells me so much. Why? What? Okay. Now I'm very interested in what the hell you just drew.
It's very
Yeah.
similar to what I know because I see the top. I'm done. In other words.
What? We're all
Okay.
done, kind of.
Oh.
Now we
Okay,
gotta
so
find out.
now is when it
done,
starts to
Charles.
make sense, Zach.
It's over. Alrighty, here we go. Am I sharing the audio as well? Yes. Okay.
Zach's got the wrong baby.
Oh, why did I
gosh.
not? What did I? Why did I not
White
realize?
person
Zach?
rejects black baby, not hers.
I'm sorry, I
kidding.
didn't think it was Zach.
Oh wow.
Throw that black Bobby in the trash.
True.
That is so bad.
Oh,
You
wow.
bad
The
little-
prompt.
Thrown into a trash can.
That is awful.
Oh my god.
Oh, no.
My basketball.
Kidda,
not
really? Wow.
I like how Zach's just got eliminated from any of this.
The MO looking at his
I
room with a
did-
black light.
Uh-oh. Oh.
Oh no!
Oh, no.
That's
The
how
MO
we
shows his
do it.
period blood to amoeba.
Oh my god in heaven.
What?
What is that?
Look.
The diaper
The
with
MO
the
dreams of weed cookies.
What?
What is that?
I mean, that's pretty good.
The MO dreaming of weed cookies.
Wow.
Hey!
You know what?
It's pretty good.
Kitty seems to draw the same
Oh,
thing.
that's pretty good.
I like it. I made it more wholesome.
Did you though?
Yes. 100%.
I was scared people would think that's Charles. I didn't make the hair messy enough.
Why were you scared? There's nothing to be scared of.
Worried.
You'll see.
Mondo carries the birthing liquid
You're the
instead of
one.
Yoda.
I am. I was trying to fit the whole
Unbirth Yoda
thing.
liquid.
No, not
Oh.
Oh,
Congrats,
Yeah.
everyone's gonna watch this, including you, Dice. You were in the chat.
Ooh.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, that's great.
The
people.
Mandalorian steals an embryo.
Yeah, that looks like it.
I like that one.
I don't know why
Leg's
it's
the
like
best.
so
Boba
like
Fett steals embryos.
Boba Fett.
I mean,
Oh, that's
Oh,
no.
Wow.
Awesome. Is that?
Oh,
what
is
her
that?
kid
That's
is?
the one. That's the one that hurt the soul. Yeah, I'm definitely.
It's so good.
That was a hell of an arc.
Kite is kidnapped by Yakuza ninjas.
Ah, okay.
Oh. Help.
I like the. This is a
Yakuza
Kite
would have
battles Yakuza.
We get Darling, right? No, we get Gray. Okay. Oh, there's the reference to it. I like the tattoo, by the way.
Kite
That's how you know he's
dueling
Yakuza.
with a white ninja.
A white ninja.
That's
Oh, I
awesome.
love it.
Oh,
That's perfect.
you.
What's his face?
I-
from G.I.
Kite
Joe?
sword fighting knee.
I
Me.
ran out of time. What?
Apart.
I was trying to write JD Hearts Apartheid, but I couldn't fit it.
Oh my god.
I mean, I see the sword.
Here's a sword.
Apart.
Just spread those legs apart.
That's it.
Oh god.
Oh, jeez.
Preacher climbs the roof.
That's what that is. Okay.
Oh.
Huh.
Okay, that's awesome.
Nice, darling.
Yeah.
Pedro Pascal climbing a roof and struggling.
There's no moustache, Bimo.
Erg.
Erg.
I like it.
Mondo climbing a brick wall.
Oof. Mine is not that great.
It looks so good though.
The
I love
Mandalorian
animation.
up against the bloody wall.
Oh, a
Bloody wall.
What? Is that Beano looking at him?
Bemo's in the stars.
On the sound effects joke from Lion King. You know, see it in the stars.
Oh, jeez.
Awful.
I had no idea what Reacher was. Well, you did it very well,
Pizza
dog.
coconut.
You did it perfect.
Huh.
Aw.
Oh,
That was before I knew what I was doing.
Blankness, white blankness. Polar bear in snow.
Nice.
You're the one.
Oh.
I mean, I was guessing what I saw.
Polar
It
bear
was just
on
a-
ice block in snow.
Mm,
Victory. I consider that a victory.
mm.
Now, who's the one that put?
Polar bear traverses the
you.
North Ocean via the Seven
The
Islands.
number 7's on the iceberg there.
The seven eye.
It's
Awesome.
Have you seen
I was supposed to
Oh,
finish
there
and
is
say
no
iceberg
seven.
the seven iceberg?
on the 7 train. Gotta wait for
Jeez.
6 icebergs to pass.
Great poop it on a wanted poster.
I think this one made it quite a ways.
Oh.
Oh, we should have put the
Gray is
the
wanted,
flag and
dead
not
or
flag.
alive.
What?
We should have done the meme.
For $1 million.
Gray
Nice
is a
money.
desperado, wanted dead or alive.
Dora.
Gray,
D or
wanted, dead or alive.
A? Oh,
That's
good.
cool.
This actually got more to detail because it was
Yeah.
just Gray on a wanted poster.
less
It was like,
time.
oh, it's dead or alive.
That doesn't make sense.
Creativity is bred under pressure.
Mm.
Charles Kirby's Gray turns yellow.
This
I
freaking
enjoy
Tom.
seeing this.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh, that's awesome.
Kirby ate Charles. He is now Kirby Charles.
But why is he yellow if he's Kirby Charles?
That's awesome.
That is super awesome.
Oh,
Charles
that's so
fleeing from
cute.
justice.
Oh, again.
Charles evades arrest by fleeing to Chile.
The yellow hat.
That's
Why does he
joke.
look
I
like he
love the
can't
pose.
see?
The pose is so good.
Trying to find your way.
I'm running.
Your usual glasses. It's one of those things, you know. So, Zax, have you run out of time, or do you want another turn?
I gotta head out, guys.
All right.
All right,
Thanks
Zach.
for joining us.
Thanks for having me
Thank
on.
you so much for joining us this time. We're always look. Everybody who is here is already subscribed to you, so it's not like I'm gonna plug anything.
No,
but
no.
what you've got Circle of Jerks this weekend?
Yes.
Is that the next one you're on?
Jerks will be circling this weekend for sure.
Mm.
At 10 Central, whatever time that may be in. Where are you?
All right.
Dubai?
Dubai.
Yeah.
It's like 8 a.m.
I'm going to ask you if you want to come on.
I'm going to my mom-in-law's here, and I'm going to Japan that
Right,
on
right,
Sunday
Japan.
night, so yeah.
Okay, fine.
Mm.
But thanks for having me on. This has been actually a lot of fun. So
Thanks so much, Zach.
problem.
yeah,
Nice to see you.
See ya.
I'd love to come back.
Thanks for making us think, sir.
Absolutely.
Yeah, making us.
We may
A good
think
one.
again.
I now have feelings about Pedro Pascal for some.
There you go.
I want to
bye.
read that book. Bye.
Didn't say there were good feelings.
Who was that guy? Anyways, we doing another turn or are we done?
I think we can do another turn.
Okay.
We good?
Alrighty, new turn.
Here is Zach's link, even though everybody, I'm sure, is.
Oh,
is-
definitely.
Yeah, subscribe to him. Watch the show from last night. It was awesome. There's some
Yes.
even more in-depth details to the whole Kathleen Kennedy thing by Cameron Pasha. It's a great show. Go watch it.
Ooh, throwing
There
it
we go.
way back.
Felt cute.
Felt cute,
unsubscribed,
might
I didn't say.
unsubscribe.
Yeah, I heard Gene Hackman died and his wife and dog, and I'm just like, what happened?
Natural
Yeah,
causes, apparently.
That sounds like a.
Nothing, no suspicious?
No, that sounds
Is
like
that
a.
carbon dioxide problem?
Probably.
Carbon monoxide, sorry.
Oh, no.
Or it's a family murder.
Mhm.
So did Dawn
What? Who's Don?
from
Yeah.
Buffy.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, Michelle
Oh,
Trachtenberg.
Michelle Trachtenberg.
That was
yeah.
complications of surgery, I think.
And Euro trip. Rest in peace.
Oh yeah, she was in your
Mm.
trip.
Mhm.
And that's about a quarter of your time.
Mm.
I don't remember what he looks like, but okay, I'm gonna try.
You can draw Pedro Pascal.
I really don't remember what he looks like.
Mustache.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why am I drawing this like this?
Because we're
It's
bullies.
necessary. There we go. It's going great.
And you got about a third of your time remaining.
I just gotta look at the thumbnail.
Yeah, okay.
There we go.
If you're gonna cheat, but you know, if you're honorable, you won't.
Hey, real artists use reference, okay?
Oh, this is horrible. I'm done. I give up.
I've completely run out of time for what I was doing.
You got time. You got like 10 seconds left.
The dog did it. He offed himself. He
Wow.
realized he couldn't do the time.
didn't realize that Gene Hackman had a wife that was like 30 years younger than him.
Yeah,
Good for
32,
him.
I think.
Found dead.
Once you turn 80, none of it's what?
I'm sorry for whoever just got that.
What?
I think it was me. And what have you done, sir?
What? Okay. What?
There we go. Yeah, you should apologize, CPappy. That's what I'm saying, Big Ship. It's probably a gas leak or a C2 sensor didn't work. Like,
It was 95.
Oh God!
Oh.
This is. You know what?
Oh, I
Actually,
know
we
who did
shouldn't have done
this.
Okay, but how old was the dog? I didn't see it in any of the articles.
In dog years?
I don't know how
Either.
to draw this.
You sound so concerned and so upset. I'm sorry. I don't know how to draw this. Moments where you wish you had face cam. The expression on his face.
I
was
never
totally
wish that.
priceless.
I'm good with just hearing my voice. Is the best part of me.
We'll agree to disagree.
Yeah, the best part of
How
you?
would you know? Yeah,
Oh, I
with
know.
whatever I'm working with.
Oh, if I was just a voice, my God.
Kind of awesome. It's kind of my dream.
To just be a
Disembodied voice.
disembodied voice.
Pay no attention behind the curtain.
Ignore me. Be great.
It'd be great.
You know what?
About a third of your time.
Fuck this. Let's go.
What do you mean?
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez, no.
Oh,
got
jeez.
I got ambitious.
Oh no.
I don't do well with ambition. Okay, there we go.
Same.
It's just better to just not want to do anything.
I've made a horrible mistake.
Well, your time is almost over.
It's as far as this is going.
Darling, how did Darling apologize for their hard work?
What
There
the-
is no way that they could ever do that.
I love this.
Charles, how you doing?
I'm troubled.
Me too.
I hope you're only troubled by this situation here.
Oh, I forget about all this shit once the stream goes down. I don't know you people from Monday through Wednesday. From Friday through Wednesday. Ah,
Okay, let's
Monday
see.
through Friday, people.
I don't know how to draw this.
Clip it.
That's good. The first delivery was a little bit better.
Wait, I need to actually. I'll get that actually as a clip B. You're so angry.
Mhm.
I deeply regret saying we do another round.
Yeah.
Deeply, viscerally.
why?
Is it that bad?
Yeah, just like
Oh, this is so much worse than I thought it was going to be. Oh
Oh.
my gosh.
Thus ends Gardic Phone Forever.
No. Okay, you know what? Fuck this. Just so that we can get everybody else's drawing going, you know? That's why I label things. So we could just keep it going.
Yeah, don't give up.
Only
Don't
2
give
more
up.
rounds. And you've got half your time remaining. More like a third, but still.
There we go.
I don't like this.
I feel like we should have
It'll
like
be okay.
horrible metal music playing, like properly suffering.
I'll play some metal music. Get its copyright struck, but I'll play metal music.
Doom soundtrack.
Let's go.
Oh.
Mick Gordon.
Good old Mick Gordon.
Ah!
Whoa!
That's a darling image.
I don't know if this is me or Foxrew.
Clearly, that means it's Charles.
Yeah.
Charles is revealing himself to be quite the little drawer.
He is.
Yeah.
I'm gasping at react. What?
You're
Oh,
gasping
no.
at straws.
I ran out of
Reacting is me
time
make-
spelling
make me a
something.
drawer or what?
I ran out of time with one of mine as well.
Alrighty. Well, let's see the train wreck together.
Woo! Wreck that train.
Gray sets up a noose outside a courthouse.
Oh.
Oh.
Gray wants to hang a judge later.
Thanks. He's looking at his
Waits
watch.
the execution of the judge.
I thought that.
I get it.
Gray
It makes more
sentenced to
sense.
death.
Oh,
That's a good one.
that went dark. Not like
I'm
it
just glad-
started.
What
Well,
did
I
you
mean,
do?
I did have a
Right.
noose outside of the courthouse, so I
For
kind of
later.
brought it on myself.
For later.
Yeah, either way, you were gonna die.
I'm just
Kathleen
glad Gray got
Kennedy's
it.
process for greenlighting a film.
Oh,
I mean, it works.
Kathleen
I
Kennedy
love that,
throwing
Alan.
money at gay star woke. Wants money.
Oh,
Gay
gay
star.
star.
Aw.
Aw,
Aw,
Paffy.
come on,
Aw.
Taffy, you disappoint.
Perfect.
Just making it rain.
Kamala Harris says free money to Luigi to keep able to
that
last.
actually is very. She has.
I mean,
a
not far
Kamala
off.
Harris style. Yeah.
There we go.
Lazy
think you
flight
missed out.
attendant.
That was the prompt already in there. So
Oh. Okay,
Usher
now
at
I
theater dose.
there's clearly a penis to the left. Oh,
I did not think that. Okay.
A strange
okay.
movie played in an inner city movie theater.
how do you know it's
Oh,
an inner city movie? Oh,
I'm dead.
Theater of persons of color watching old Edu.
I was supposed to say iDubbbz, but my bad.
we do.
Come on, let's not play games. There's one black person, 2 white people. That's an inner city movie theater, all right?
Jesus Christmas.
It's if it were a rural movie theater, they would all be white. Let's be real.
So one black person in attendance makes it inner city.
Might as well.
Which one's good?
You don't understand.
Say one black person is in the.
To be fair, I haven't watched movies at inner cities.
Oh, you
it's fun.
should. It's fun.
You get
They
commentary.
talk back at the screen. Yeah.
The
It's
inner
so much
city
fun.
is wherever There you go.
Yes, I guess.
What is this they stuff?
Who is they? Yes.
I don't know.
The people that live in the inner city.
I feel like I'd be at home and-
Precisely.
Charles becomes emperor. Destroys Alderaan.
Oh, I didn't see that.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Do it.
Charles is the Emperor in Star Wars.
Thanks,
oh.
darling.
Do I still wear the Kangol? I do.
The blue-hatted Charles hasn't slept in a while and wears a cape.
Yeah,
Perfect.
there's me without sleep.
Charles is rather underfed, yet has a gape.
Underfed? What do you mean underfed?
He's got a switching eye.
The ratio for my neck to head is a little alarming.
Yeah, it's a cartoon. Your nose to head ratio is massive.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's more
pretty
than a
accurate.
Roman nose.
Roman.
Shippy gets his pigtails pulled by BMO.
Oh, you were the one. Okay. I forgot the pigtails in my
Oh,
drawing.
Shippy.
BMO in love with boat with blonde pigtails.
I mean, that's really cute.
Yeah.
That's not a boat.
BMO has heart glasses.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the thing
Yeah, I
on
don't
that
blame
is.
you for not knowing that.
Oh,
Glass.
wow,
Yes.
taking it literally.
BMO electrocuted by glass hard he is squeezing.
Or he's electrocuted. Okay, his hair. Yeah, because his hair went
I mean,
up.
that explains the hair. Yeah.
It was me, yes. Shippy.
Kite decapitates the king of giants.
Ooh.
Oh.
Mm.
That's what that is?
Wow.
Oh.
He
Kite
does have a
cuts off
crown.
the head of a Muppet.
Oh.
Goodbye, Kermit.
Sifkite beheads Kermit.
Oh. Okay, I get it.
Now you're a
Oh, the red
Yes.
lightsaber. Okay, I get it. Sorry.
The eyes are yellow.
Kite
That's Sith.
decapitates Kermit with katana.
No, it's a lightsaber.
Katana.
I know. I'm sorry.
Don't you even watch
Kitana.
Star
Katana
Wars?
sounds pretty awesome.
But it's funny. Kitana, because
Ooh.
Kitana. Oh my gosh,
Yeah,
that's
it's
the
Mortal
most
Kombat
hero
character.
arc.
I
Kitana.
gave you yellow eyes like a Sith. Damn it.
Yeah. Good.
I see what you did, Charles.
Pedro
it doesn't
Pascal asked to play Sammy in Sammy vs. Sully 3.
3.
Oh no.
Ah, that's creepy.
Oh, that scares me.
Pedro
so sorry,
Pascal
Greg.
or David Puff goes undercover to get Sally Snipe.
David Puff.
Mondo dresses up as Snail and runs after Sally Love Me.
No, man.
Mondo captures Sammy from Sally.
No, Mando.
Oh, that's so much better than anything I came up with in this prompt. This is so good, Charles.
Sorry.
That's brilliant.
So
That's my
good.
favorite.
It conveys so much emotion. Oh man. Well,
That's it. That was a great one, guys. Always.
wow, Dildo, good job.
Wow. Fun.
What did Dildo put in the chat? I wasn't looking.
Oh, lots of head cutting.
Oh.
It's UAE themed.
He's a top chatter, this man. Very
Mhm.
good. Oh,
Top shelf.
goodness me. Right. Thinkers elsewhere. Let's start. What is everybody doing? Any new videos on the horizon, Gray?
Yeah. But until then, I'm on the internet most days. If you can catch me, good luck, because I don't want to advertise where I'm at. But yeah, videos soon and collaboration soon, and working on a new show. So hopefully that'll be out within the next. Hopefully it'll be out next month.
Awesome. Next month is tomorrow.
Ah,
Yes,
Yeah. Charles?
I'm hoping by the end of the month. But Charles, what you got going, sir?
I don't know. I have leftover questions to answer from the previous streams. I might be just
Burning questions.
fielding Kua.
Kua? Q&A. Q&A. I got it. It just took me
Yeah, yeah. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
No plans as of yet.
Okay.
your audience knows what your audience.
Yeah, they
is,
know.
what you're doing. Yeah.
They
Nothing-
want to torture you.
That is quite evident.
Yes, oh my
And
God.
gray
I
is an
saw it.
accessory.
Okay,
I saw it.
I
sorry about
voted-
that.
Listen, I voted for Centipede as well.
I
You
also voted for
cunt.
Centipede.
You cunts.
So they're all part of the problem. So he had this like
I'm glad
before
you
stream
started it.
prompt, and it was like, "What trilogy?" And as a joke, I said that, and then everyone adopted it. I pushed everyone to this.
So if you
I-
want to
I
watch
just-
Charles watch
No, I
and stuff into
legitimately
this,
saw it in the poll, and I said it was there as an option because of Grey, but I voted for it because it was like I hate that. Which would I hate the most?
I'm
Like, wasn't
sorry, I'm
even
an agent of
close.
chaos. I know how bad they are. I've seen them.
It
I was
wasn't
even
even
like-
close.
I was even like, there's more than one.
Oh.
Yeah, there's more than one, and it's
no.
every single
Oh.
one is worse than the
Counts as a
other one.
trilogy. Oh.
4 is rumored to come out in the near future, but
Come on.
you know, it's just a
Even more
theoretical script at this
Centipeder.
point.
Oh.
Yeah,
There's
so,
one part in that first movie though that's just amazing.
I'm going to hold Gray
Well,
by gunpoint.
the plot that
and
was
you
in the
can
trailers.
join for at least one of them.
Oh, I definitely will.
Okay.
So
We're
yeah,
gonna
look
have
out for
fun.
that. Bimo, have you shotted stuffs with your streams?
I'm still having a lot of trouble with OBS because it's not registering I have a microphone anymore, even though like it works fine. Like I've rolled it back, reinstalled it, everything.
Sometime.
The goal is Monster Hunter Wilds is releasing tomorrow. Saturday, I'm planning on doing a stream where I'm just playing Monster Hunter Wilds, and I will shoot out the notification for that when it happens. And yeah, Kitty, I know, but I mean, I might have roped in CT to play with me, so we'll see how it goes.
Just dying of the jealousy, but then also I need to also put into perspective. I'm going to Japan.
Yes, you're going to
Hello,
To hunt
I'm
the
going
monsters
on
for real.
holiday. I'm going on holiday. That is why I get to. I don't get to play the video game. Just pick. This is not a bad configuration to be in. So
I mean, you could play the mobile one.
Yeah,
now I'm going to be playing
the one
Pokemon.
that kind of sucks.
No, I'm gonna be yeah, it kind of sucks. I'm gonna be playing Pokemon Go anyway, which also kind of sucks because they changed the freaking
Pokemon Go to the polls?
To the polls, yeah.
And Dorkus, what's up?
My usual shows continue apace, and I've got a third in development. But then again, I always say that. But no, really, as soon as I'm less busy with IRL stuff, I will do some streaming.
Nice.
Sweet. Right.
Alright.
Yeah. An announcement. Clearly, I'm not gonna be here next week, but thinkers will be.
Yes, we have
you
preloaded
settled
the
on the thing?
subjects.
What is it?
Well, we have some things that we needed to think about in order to get the think down.
I think a likely contender will be what is journalism and is mainstream media dying?
Oh, there's
I
that.
thought-
That actually, yeah, that seems like
That
it'll
was-
be quite topical now.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. So,
Gaming journalism is dead.
but there, we'll do some organization. We'll talk.
Well, look out for that, and I'll keep you guys posted with what's happening with Japan. Think on thinking on the thinking subject exactly on the
Think about
that's it. We'll think about it. But yeah, keep an eye out for. I'll be doing more vloggy things because of Japan.
Yeah.
So there's that. I did try and edit it. It edited kind of video. If you go to the formats, I didn't. It was very scripted, and so it didn't quite land the way I wanted to. But hey, I did
you
some
didn't
editing
advertise
on it. Hey.
Go watch Kitty's new video. It's about Goonergate.
Yes, but it's if you like diagrams, go and look at diagrammed Goonergate, and it's not all butts. It's just there's one
I
butt.
like it. Big butts. I cannot lie.
Cannot lie.
You cannot lie.
But go and check that out, and I'll be figuring out that format when I get back from Japan because I've got to tweak it a little bit, I think. But have a nice life, everybody.
Yeah.
Wait, I got to take this off. And then
We've been finished thinking for long.
sorry,
Did you
what
have
was
more
it?
to say?